What is going on, guys? Thank you so very much for joining us right here on Tuesday night. It's Tuesday Night Titans, episode 105 for your Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. I am your host, JD from New York. As always, joined by the one and the only, the man who laughed at the misfortune of Roman Reigns getting his sneakers stolen last night on Raw, the Solid Monster. What's going on, bro?
Man, who gets his sneakers stolen like that? That's crazy. Not only did he get his sneakers stolen, but did you notice that Bronson Reed, he actually kissed the sneakers when he took them into the ring?
He did. Maybe he's a huge Jordan fan, man. I don't know.
I said maybe he had a foot fetish or something. I don't know what his deal is, but that was... Now, I had people write into me and tell me that apparently, like on the streets, that's what you do sometimes. Like you beat somebody up and you take their sneakers. Apparently this is a thing.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know how your neighborhood was when you were little, but... I used to see the sneakers wrapped around the wires, the telephone
hanging
cords. Yeah,
yeah.
Is that what they do with them?
Evidently, I mean, I still see it. I still see it not far from here. They have them tied together and they're hanging there for. I don't even know how they get them up there. I used to look at that and go, I wonder how they got up there like that. But yeah, so that was one of the big talking points coming out of the show last night. I guess it's kind of like somebody said it's like. Remember years ago when Bret Hart had his jacket stolen by Jean-Pierre Lafitte?
Yeah.
And they had a match at an In Your House, and Bret had to try to get his jacket back. Maybe now at SummerSlam, Roman is going to try to get his sneakers back.
I don't think Roman is bent out of shape about losing a pair of sneakers. That's probably one of 800 that he has at the mansion somewhere.
I don't know. They were pretty nice sneakers.
They were. He's a big sneaker guy.
Nicer than mine.
That was definitely the best part of Monday Night Raw. We'll definitely get into that because we, tonight, will be going over the preview and predictions for SummerSlam. And this is the first two-night SummerSlam ever. So we are excited to dive into that this weekend. And it should be, by the way, the card is shaping up. Looks to be, in my opinion, better than Wrestlemania. But that's not really a great comparison because Wrestlemania was a very low bar. SummerSlam is shaping up to be a very nice show. Hopefully something big happens. We'll definitely get into all of that and what we think will happen on tonight's show. We will obviously be talking about Hulk Hogan. We're going to be leading things off with that in just a little bit. Obviously, the news broke on Thursday, and it still doesn't even feel real to me. I'm sure the same for Jason as well. It's just something that we were talking about the last 2 weeks, and then we got the news about that on Thursday. So we'll definitely dive into that, some favorite moments, memories, what it meant for us growing up in the 80s, and everything in between. So it's going to be a very, very good discussion tonight. And we got some AEW discussion as well. We're coming off of a OK Dynamite on Wednesday, and we got a big match on Wednesday. Jon Moxley and Adam Page rematch from All In for the AEW World Championship. We will definitely get into that and what we think will happen there. Could we see an MJF cash-in? I don't know. So nobody's going to be allowed at ringside. And I don't really think Page is losing the championship, and I don't think Moxley's taking a clean pinfall loss, Jason. I don't know. So it's going to be a very interesting story on Wednesday.
I mean, the first thought that popped into my head, pretty simple, actually. I mean, if you saw Dynamite on Wednesday, Mark Briscoe wanted a match this week with MJF. MJF said no. And then he name-dropped his brother again, and he ran away. Now, if I'm Mark Briscoe, if I really want to get back at this guy, you know what I do? When he attempts to cash in his contract, I stop him from doing so.
That could be the direction. You may have solved the big puzzle for Wednesday.
Because things obviously aren't over between him and Briscoe. I mean, they're still milking this. So, like, where does it go from here? How can Briscoe get his revenge on MJF for what he said and did, last week? And again, he said no. He wanted a match. He said no. If he tries to, I'm not saying that he'll cash in and then it'll be a wasted contract like Christian, but if he attempts to cash in, if I'm Briscoe, I'm running out there and stopping him from doing so.
That could be. It's going to be a very interesting Wednesday night. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. I am not looking forward to it. I thought we were all over with this on July 12th, but Tony Khan's got other ideas as we build towards Forbidden Door. I already see a couple of people in the chat. No, we will not be talking about Unreal. Jason only seen the first episode. I have seen 0 episodes, and I won't get to watch it until Thursday night. So you guys are going to have to wait on our thoughts of our beloved Dwayne Johnson and how he blew shit up going into WrestleMania. So no Unreal talk today. So anyway, I did see Happy Gilmore, though. Have you seen Happy Gilmore, bro?
No, I have not, but I've seen very mixed reviews.
Oh, okay.
So I was curious to see if you had seen it, number one, and number two, what you thought of it, if so.
Well, I went into it already knowing it wasn't going to be better than the first one, which I think most of the people who are complaining did. It was not better than the first one, not even close. Was it a great, mindless, entertaining 2 hours where I laughed a few times? Absolutely. I did think that it got a little cheesy with the direction of the story, which I won't spoil, but I enjoyed it. I don't know what people were looking for. It's an Adam Sandler movie. What the fuck do you want? An Academy Award-winning fucking performance? What do you want out of it?
Well, but how is MJF and Becky Lynch in this movie?
Becky Lynch has maybe 10 minutes total of appearance. She has one talking point. She's a golfer on the quote-unquote enemy team. And MJF played a jock. He played Adam Sandler's son, who was clearly bigger than his other sons, and he was a jock. And he was very MJF-like. That's all I could say.
But like a decent amount of dialogue or not a lot of talking?
No, he didn't have anything. He had maybe one or two lines where he was just by himself, but they were like one-liners. He didn't have like a scene, or he wasn't like a main part of a scene in the movie. He was just there. He just kind of fit into his family dynamic when they did scenes at Sandler's home, and when they're cheering him on golfing. He was always around the other guy, the other brothers. So it wasn't just him specifically. But he did fine. I think it was like the number one all-time movie debut on Netflix in history. So he's got his... He could stamp his name to that, I guess.
Well, it's interesting. I saw where Cody Rhodes apparently was considered for a role, and I guess schedule-wise didn't work out. So I'm just wondering... I wonder what his role would have been if he was free, and if they were able to get him in to do the movie. Like, is there a role in the movie that you think you can look at and go, okay, that probably would have been his spot?
I could have seen Cody do something very heelish in the movie. I don't really see him, because honestly, Shooter McGavin's role in the movie was kind of disappointing to me. I love Shooter McGavin in the first movie, but his role in this second movie was unlike what he did in the first movie. But Cody, I could see playing on the enemy team, or maybe a consultant for the enemy team, because it was like the old school golfers versus the new school golfers was the premise of the movie. I don't know. I don't know what he would have done. I mean, that Bad Bunny being a waiter in the movie, and he was like, he was actually pretty funny in the movie. I actually enjoyed his role more than many others in the movie that make cameos.
Interesting.
I enjoyed it. I think if you sit down with it on a night where you got nothing to do, I think you're going to like it.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's that, guys. Make sure you guys get those super chats, since the best way to support what we do here. We will obviously go over the super chats at the end of the show. It's everybody's favorite segment of TNT. We got jokes, and we hang out, and we have our drinks, and we just laugh, and it's just a shit show. So it's always great. So make sure you guys get those in. Thumbs up. Please hit the thumbs up. 1,000 likes is the goal. We hit it every single Tuesday night, so it should be no different tonight. Make sure you guys leave a comment down below. All that stuff. The thumbs up in the comments. It is great for us in the algorithm. You guys want to go follow us on social media and subscribe to the YouTube channels. Everything you need for Jason and myself, you know where to find that in the description below. And it's basically all I got. You guys know the deal there. So please go and do that for us. We'd really, really appreciate it. Oh, and by the way, I see we have actual names in the chat again. I don't know what happened. Hopefully YouTube got the message from people complaining. I see Sidro in the chat, not Melee King in the chat. There you go. So something clearly happened.
It wasn't like that last night on mine. So,
No.
I mean, I don't know if this is... Because, again, I spoke with them, and they indicated that this was a new feature that was being slowly rolled out, and that there was nothing I could do. So I don't know if this is temporary. I hope it's not. I guess we'll see tomorrow on my end if the names are back. Everyone's been complaining about that, so it would be nice if the names were back permanently.
I hope so. Hopefully more people complain than they got the message. So we'll run with it tonight. It's nice to see you guys looking normal in the chat. As always, every single Tuesday, I'm going to pass it off to this guy. Jason, what do you want to talk about? Where do you want to start?
Well, I think we should start where we said we were going to start, which is the Hulk Hogan story. Since that was really honestly one of the biggest stories of the entire year. And that takes us back to last Thursday before we get into anything more recent. So I say we start there.
Yeah. I know we talked about it. You talked about it on your end as well. We talked about it the last 2 weeks. And whatever Bubba the Love Sponge was speaking of, I know a lot of people didn't really want to believe him, and a lot of please take it with a grain of salt type of material coming off of his radio show. But if there was one person closest to the situation who had sources down into the ground about Hulk Hogan, it probably would have been him. I know Bischoff and Jimmy Hart and a lot of people in Hogan's camp really kept quiet about everything. But the more we heard Bubba the Love Sponge speak, it just became more and more dire. And it actually sounded really, really terrible last week, where he said that they transported him from a hospital to home. And it was a Michael Jackson-like situation in unmarked vehicles. And they did it in the dead of the night so nobody saw. It wasn't really a good situation, and everybody was really worried around the mystery of Hulk Hogan's health. Come to find out on Thursday, I woke up and I didn't even get into Twitter. I didn't go on the internet at all. I actually got a text from Jesse, and he simply said, Hulk Hogan died. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? So I had to go scour the internet to see. And when I seen that it was official, I seen Sap put something, I seen TMZ's official report on social media. I legitimately, before I even did anything in the morning, I stood frozen for like 90 seconds. It almost didn't even seem real. So I don't know where you got the news, Jason, when you got the news, what your initial reaction was. I guess we'll start there. I was frozen for like 90 seconds. Even today, it's Tuesday. This happened on Thursday. We're watching Friday. They do a great tribute. 10 bell salute. Monday night, last night, they did the same thing. Nick Hogan, his son was there with his wife, did the same thing there. I teared up on both situations. I went back and watched some old Hulk Hogan stuff on the vault on Thursday night, just laying in bed for a couple hours. It doesn't even feel real to me still, man. I don't know how you felt about it when you initially got the news. What were you doing, and how did you feel when you got it?
I am on a group chat with some friends, and it was somebody in the group chat who mentioned it first. I believe that was the first I heard of it. And, even though I had been talking about, some of the Bubba stuff, and I was, clearly something was wrong with Hogan. Like, medically, there was something wrong. We hadn't heard from him or seen video or photos or anything in 2 months. So I knew something was up, but you don't expect, to hear that kind of news. So I saw it there first, and it was shocking. And of course, the first thing you do is you run to social media to see, hey, what's real and what's not. But if it's being reported by TMZ, say what you want to about TMZ, but when it comes to stuff like this, they don't miss. So they were the ones, I believe, the first ones to report on this. So I read the story, and it was just very, it was very shocking is probably not even the word for it. You're almost just, You're in disbelief, but at the same time, it's like, again, I knew that there was something really wrong going on. Obviously, nobody knew quite how serious it was. But when you think of like some of the biggest names that you've heard of that have died, and unfortunately, there have been a lot of them over the years. This is, by far and wide, the biggest one of all. And you just don't think in terms of, hearing that person is dead, because he was still very visible and still very active and out there and all these different business ventures. And for all of his physical ailments with his back and everything else, he still kept himself in good shape. He was, in the gym and everything. It wasn't like he was an invalid. So it was just shocking. And you just kind of sit here. I think I sat here for, probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes, just going through different sources and news stories and trying to piece everything together and what happened and the timeline and everything else. And that's how I spent my Thursday morning, and then it started to be reported on mainstream news. So like some of the cable channels were carrying it. It was a big deal. That doesn't happen with just any wrestling death. So it was reported as a mainstream pop culture news story, because this is someone who was known the world over. And even though he hadn't been in his prime for a couple of decades, obviously he became popular at a time when wrestling really exploded into the mainstream. He was the face of it. So he may not have been as big of a movie star as someone like The Rock or John Cena is these days, You know, he never had a multi-million dollar big blockbuster picture the way those two guys did. But he was really the first one to branch out into all of these different things like TV and movies and sponsorships, and you just saw his face everywhere. And his image was just unmistakable with the Fu Manchu and the bandana. So even if you weren't a wrestling fan, like, you knew who this man was. Like, you don't have to be a wrestling fan to know who Hulk Hogan is. So it was a big deal. And it's still kind of surreal, honestly, because you just don't expect to hear something like that. I mean, obviously it's inevitable. It's going to happen at some point, but 71 is not that old. But when you think of all the different wrestlers and like the people that he worked with and people he wrestled who are not here anymore, and he outlasted many of them, and now he's on that list. You know, he's on that list with all these people that I grew up with watching as a kid, all these big names, whether it was Hogan, Savage, Andre, Warrior, Perfect, Boss Man. Unfortunately, the list goes on, right? Rick Rude, and we could be here all day. That he is now on that list it's sad and it's very shocking.
I think you said on your show Sunday, and please chime in if I'm saying it wrong. You said it's unbelievable to look at the people that aren't here anymore, and it's also equally as shocking, if not more shocking, to see who is actually still around. Is that correct? Did you just say something along those lines?
Yeah, it was something like that, where a lot of times we fall into this where we're watching. You mentioned the Vault. I could be on the Vault watching an old video or an old show, and I find myself counting like how many people are here, how many people are not here. And you're probably better off just looking at like who's here rather than saying, "Oh wait, this person isn't here." You will be better off just watching this if you're going to do that sort of thing, and it'll be easier to just pick off the people who are still here. Oh, that referee is still here, and this guy's still here, and it's depressing, because so many of those shows, not just wrestlers, like referees, announcers, are just not here anymore. And look. That was 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Like, people get older, people die. But so many of those people, they wouldn't be that old if they were still around. They should still be here.
Yeah. It is. And this is the part that I really struggled with. That's the one thing that I think kind of stuck out to me when I was listening to you talk about it on Sunday. I got this news. We all got this news on Thursday. And my aunt passed away in December. She was around the same age as Hulk. She was in her early 70s, way too young to be passing away. And on Friday, when I was live with SmackDown, people can feel the way that they want, and we're definitely going to get into the good that he did. There's a lot of good. There's obviously a lot of bad. I know a lot of people have used iconic and complicated as words to describe Hulk Hogan's legacy and his career. Yeah. Polarizing, yeah. I think the one part that stuck out to me was, I know a lot of my audience, and I've said this a few times, haven't really opened up too much. My childhood wasn't really all that great. Jason knows a little bit about it. We've talked about it, like obviously off camera, doing the hog thing. We got a lot of time in between. He's been over the house. My childhood wasn't really all that great, and I really went out and looked for pro wrestling as an escape. And the guys that we've talked about, Hogan, Macho Man, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, Ultimate Warrior, Big Boss Man, all those guys, Demolition, Legion of Doom, all those guys from that era, I looked to them as an escape because I wasn't really the happiest kid and my home life wasn't really all that great. So to see someone like Hulk Hogan on my screen and the memories that were created and just the visuals of the yellow and red and the WWF Championship and all those WrestleMania moments and everything in between, it really, out of all the wrestling deaths that we've had to sit through, unfortunately, this one hit a little bit harder than a lot of them. Not because he was the most famous professional wrestler of all time. It's just, in that generation, that's who we grew up watching. Yeah, and not everybody grew up watching Hulk Hogan. You might have grown up watching John Cena. John Cena is your Hulk Hogan. Roman Reigns to some people, that is your Hulk Hogan. Steve Austin and The Rock, that is your Hulk Hogan. We grew up watching Hulk Hogan and The Warrior and all those guys. So to see that, that's what really kind of shook me on Thursday, and it still actually hasn't even settled in. And when I see the video tributes and I cry, it's like that, all that stuff just comes back to me. And I mentioned my aunt before. 71 years old, Jason said, is not old at all. I mean, he's not young, but it's way too early to be going anywhere. And it actually is a situation that I look at that makes us feel old. You know, they labeled him the immortal Hulk Hogan. He will live on forever. His legacy is going to live on until we're in the fucking grave and well beyond that as well. But it just makes you look at things a little bit differently, man. Like a piece of our childhood is now gone. And it's like, I'm 43 years old and I look at it as, man, I'm getting fucking old. Hulk Hogan's not here anymore. So I don't know how you looked at it. Maybe you looked at it in a different way, but that's certainly how I looked at it. I'm like, we're not young, man. We're getting older, and our heroes, our childhood memories are fucking fading quicker than you can blink. It's kind of depressing, honestly. So that's the way I looked at it.
Yeah, I mean, growing up as a wrestling fan, I mean, that is the era of wrestling where I became a fan and got hooked. You know, it was the era of the big personalities and, you know, all the colorful outfits and all the names that you just mentioned. Hogan was obviously the top guy at that time. So when I started watching, I had all the Hulkamania stuff. You know, I had the foam finger and I had, you know, the bandana, and I still have some of that stuff. And my earliest memories involve him, you know. So when something like this happens, you know, forgetting Terry Bollea and all the stuff he did with the reality show and all the stuff that came after that, just looking at it as Hulk Hogan from back then, you know, it's sad that such a big part of, I guess in both of our cases, you know, what we were watching and enjoying at that point in our lives, where we can look back and really, at least in my case, when it comes to the wrestling stuff, I look back very fondly on that. You know, that whole period. It's called the golden era, and it's the golden era for a reason. And so I can look back fondly on that era, and he was a very big part of that. So just by nature of that, it makes it very sad to, you know, see, you know, kind of how things turned out in a variety of ways, how things turned out with him. But I can look back on it and still enjoy going and watching those old events and those old matches. You mentioned the Vault. I think they might still be doing it. They've been running like a best of Hulk Hogan match marathon on the Vault channel. I think they're looping a lot of stuff, but like they've been doing that nonstop. So I'll check in every now and then. And again, there'll be a match that, you know, I remember vividly, and it's one of my favorites, and you just kind of stop what you're doing and you just drop everything and you just watch, you know, for a little bit. Some people can go back and watch old TV shows. It doesn't have to be wrestling, it could be anything. And it kind of takes them to their happy place. For me, being able to just kind of go back at any given moment, maybe it's a match on YouTube, and just watch something from that era, makes me very happy, you know, puts a smile on my face. And I think that'll always be the case. You know, even as all these people die off, or some of these people maybe end up turning out, you know, to be disappointing in some way, shape, or form. You hear stories about all, you know, kinds of wrestlers and all kinds of horrible shit. But I can still go back and appreciate what made me a fan in the first place. And that will always be there. I don't think that'll ever change. So as sad as it is and as depressing as it is to look back on all these people who are no longer around anymore, I think it will continue to bring me joy in that way, being able to go back and relive a lot of the old stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff about wrestling today that I like, but there's also a lot of stuff about wrestling today that I wish was more like it was, you know, back then. There's good and bad to it. But that's kind of how I feel about it.
Hogan was the most famous and probably will go down as most famous pro wrestler of all time. Obviously, you guys know what he's meant to WWF, WWE.
Well, I mean, if I tell you the number of people on social media that have argued with me over this.
That he's the most famous pro wrestler of all time?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Who are these people coming up with as an answer to that
well,
question?
So in some cases, in some of the people I've heard from grew up in a different part of the world, and clearly they're younger than us. Okay, that's very obvious. But they also grew up in a different part of the world where at the moment, and probably for the last 10 or 15 years, for example, John Cena is that guy. Like some of these people said, I don't even know who Hulk Hogan is, but John Cena's huge, where I am. And I get that. And I'm not saying John Cena is not a big star. I'm not saying The Rock is not a big star. The Rock is clearly the biggest crossover name when it comes to a pro wrestler crossing over into Hollywood. Bigger than Hogan.
Yes.
He was able to achieve success in that realm that Hogan never was. So, like, if you really want to break it down by, like, category, sure. I can understand where people like Rock and Cena would be looked at as, oh, these people are far more famous than Hulk Hogan. But I think a lot of it is younger fans and newer fans who they don't have any concept of just how big he was in wrestling at that time. Not just as a wrestler, but he also crossed over in ways that were huge at that time. And if you are a younger fan and all you know of Hogan is him as an old man or him, saying the horrible racist shit that he said, you're not going to look at him and go, oh, well, Hogan is still the big, like they have no concept of it. And I think also there are just people who are probably just willfully ignorant and don't care to learn, But dude, I heard from some people who were not just throwing Rock and Cena, where you could at least make some kind of an argument. Like there were a couple people who were like, oh, I can list 5 or 10 different people who were more popular and more famous than Hogan. And they were giving me names like Batista and Rey Mysterio and Randy Orton and Shawn Michaels.
Those people living in denial.
Shaun, by the way. Shawn Michaels, so popular, he couldn't get his name right. And like all these, and I'm like, okay, like I can't, like there's nothing I can do. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to win this argument, so I'm not even going to try. But that's getting a little ridiculous. Yeah. Clearly he is the most famous pro wrestler of all time, widely recognizable, but also just when you look at his impact, one of the comments I made on my end, and to me the most impressive thing about Hogan when you look at his career in wrestling is and you probably touched on this as well, the fact that I cannot think of another pro wrestler who was the face of 2 different boom periods in the business in 2 different companies. One is a babyface, one is a heel. Ushered in 2 different places, 2 totally different characters, the kind of business that he did. And even beyond that, I was thinking about this yesterday too. He may well be responsible for the greatest heel turn and greatest babyface turn of all time. So, the heel turn with the NWO in 96, still number 1. Easily. I think even The Rock admits that. Still number 1. But when the fans turned him face at WrestleMania 18, and because he was a face from that point forward in WWE. If it's not number 1, it's number 2. I might put the double turn with Austin and Brett, number 1, Austin going babyface, but Hogan's right there. So, like, think about that. To be responsible for perhaps the greatest babyface and heel turn as well in 2 different companies. Like, you're not going to find anybody else who's done that before. And to me, that's probably the most impressive thing when I think back to all the things he's done in his career in terms of those accomplishments. That's pretty impressive.
No, it's never going to happen again.
No.
I 100% agree. It will never be done by anybody in this industry ever again. And it won't happen because there is no WCW. There is no rival promotion that will rival WWE. So it's never going to happen the way people fantasize about. Hulk Hogan is absolutely the most famous professional wrestler of all time and probably will go down in the history. As long as we are alive and in the ground, it will be the same thing. Nothing will change. I don't think. And listen, Rock, you can mention Rock and Roman Reigns and John Cena. I'm not taking anything away from John Cena. John Cena is fucking unbelievable. He's a GOAT. He's probably on Mount Rushmore as far as my Mount Rushmore is concerned. But more people know Dwayne Johnson for what he's done in Hollywood than what he's done in WWE. So I don't even know why that's a fair comparison. So I was discussing this with somebody else a couple of days ago. Like you can mention The Rock, but The Rock is more known widely worldwide for Hollywood, not WWE.
Well, yeah, and part of it also is just the longevity that he had.
Yeah.
Like his run, even though he went through peaks and valleys, like in 1992, he was not as popular as he was in 1986, right? But he was still popular and he was still on top. And even when he went to WCW and they brought him in, he was their top guy from day one. His first match He won the world championship from Flair. He was positioned as the guy. That's why they brought him in. He says, oh, sure, I'll come in. I'm going to be the top guy. And he was able to command that and get what he wanted from Eric Bischoff and WCW because he still had that drawing power, even then, even in 94. So when you kind of look at that, again, I'm trying to think of somebody else who was able to command that type of thing. You're not going to find very many people who fit that category. He was able to do that because he was Hulk Hogan. And there's a lot of good and bad that comes with that because you can get into the politics and you can get into him. He was selfish and the stuff with Jesse Ventura and neutralizing any, attempts to unionize and all that. That's part of his legacy too. And that's something, by the way, that he admits to. It's not just, he eventually admitted, yeah, what Jesse said is right. He was being taken care of. And so it wasn't so much a concern to him about everybody else. He was looking out for himself. He was looking out to get the best possible deal that he could. And if that meant other people were upset when they found out how much money he was making for WrestleMania 3, as Jesse did, that Hogan made $750,000 for that match, which was more than Andre and everybody else on the card combined. You can look at that and go, man, that's crazy. But if you were in the same position and your boss was willing to give you that deal, would you say no?
Of course not.
Probably not. I remember when his contract leaked. I think his WCW contract leaked in some lawsuit. It might have been the Bash at the Beach lawsuit from 2000, but his 1998 WCW contract leaked. And I remember looking through it and the things that were in there. Dude, it was comical. Like, how the fuck did they ever give someone this deal? But you know what? My attitude was, good on him. If they were that stupid to give him that kind of deal where he gets a percentage of this and a percentage of that and he makes this much. Hey, you know what? A lot of people in his position probably would have accepted that too. But he got it because of who he was. He was Hulk Hogan. He was the guy.
It wasn't just the New World Order as far as a wrestling faction is concerned. It's the New World Order even in contracts. So
yeah. It was. I mean, he was very. Someone in the chat, Kevin says the contract was crazy. If you've never seen that contract, it's the PDF is probably floating around online. Go take a look at that. I'm still amazed. Frankly, they gave him that deal, but they did because they felt like it was worth it to their business. And when you look at the run he had as part of the NWO, and they had that period of great prosperity, again, he was the face of that. That whole angle, when we talk about the New World Order, it doesn't work if there's anybody else as the third man but him.
No.
I mean, Bischoff and Nash, they've told so many stories over the years about how, well, they didn't know if Hogan would do it, so they were going to go with Luger or they were going to go with Sting. It wasn't going to work. It had to be Hogan. And once that thing took off, I mean, it took off like a rocket. Nobody else had Vince McMahon's back up against the wall for 80 or 90 weeks the way that they did. And Hogan was the face of that.
We'll definitely get into that. I'm still just amazed at how all of that period just kind of was a huge chunk of my high school years as well. Nobody in high school was doing anything but pro wrestling. I went to Mount St. Michael in the Bronx, all boy high school. Everybody was talking about the Monday Night Wars. We'll definitely get into that because it was some crazy times. Hogan is a 6-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion. He's a 6-time WWF WWE Champion. He won the Tag Team Championships one time with Edge. Royal Rumble winner in 90 and 91. Hall of Fame 2 times, one individually in 05. And then class of 2020 with the NWO. And, I mean, that's just, for what he meant to pro wrestling, those accomplishments, it's just so little to what he actually meant to pro wrestling. 1979, he joined the WWF under Vince McMahon's father, Vince McMahon Sr. He gave him the Irish surname Hogan and cast him as a villain. He was managed by Freddie Blassie, and he feuded with Bob Backlund, and had obviously the beginning stages of his feud and rivalry with Andre the Giant. And then comes the early 80s.
Shea Stadium.
Yeah.
They had a match at Shea Stadium. It's amazing how many people, and I mean, as a young fan, I wouldn't have known how many times Hogan slammed Andre long before the Silverdome, but that was a regular occurrence.
It's all about the moments, man. And the moments, that was legitimately where the WrestleMania moment phrase was probably born, right there from WrestleMania 3. Yeah. 1982. I mean, I was born in February 6, 1982. Thunderlips in Rocky 3. That's what really got Hogan's movie career started. He started alongside Sylvester Stallone, obviously. Mainstream recognition with that. Vince's father disapproved of wrestlers taking outside movie roles and fired Hogan for his participation in that movie. So Hogan was obviously a celebrity now. His star was a little brighter, and that made him a big draw in the AWA. And when Vince Jr. took over with national expansion in mind, he needed somebody with that crossover appeal and that star power, that charismatic top guy, and that was Terry Bollea. He was the face of the company.
Yeah. Well, just to interject on that, again, some people may not realize that Vince McMahon did not create Hulkamania. Hulkamania was very much like, by that name, it was a thing in the AWA and in the Twin Cities. Like, Hogan was a huge deal long before he ever went to go work for Vince Jr. But he was about to expand nationally, and he was looking for the centerpiece of that national expansion, and Hogan fit the bill. So he was able to lure him over, and Vince was Vince. The stories have always been that he had this clandestine meeting with Hogan, and they kind of reached this deal to bring him in. Hogan was still advertised for matches in the AWA. This was late in the year too. This was like around Christmas time, and I don't know if Vince paid him a signing bonus to get Hogan to just kind of jump without giving notice. It was something along those lines where Hogan didn't just leave the AWA. He left them in a lurch. It was like, yeah, I'm not coming back. I think Vern continued to advertise him anyway, even though he knew he wasn't going to be on those shows. So, all wrestling promoters were basically, scumbags to some degree. But he knew enough, Vince knew enough to take this thing that was working and say, I want that. And I'm going to take it and I'm going to blow it up 10 times the size as it is right now. And he did that with a lot of guys. Hogan wasn't the only one. I mean, look at all the people he raided. Like, he didn't create Bobby Heenan. He didn't create Jesse Ventura. He didn't create Roddy Piper. These guys got over in other territories and other places in a major way. And he just had the money and the smarts to say, hey, come on over here. The grass is greener over here. He got all these guys to come over, Mean Gene, like all these people at the same time. So when he went national, that's what I grew up on. That's what you grew up on.
Yep.
Mean Gene interviewing Hogan, and here's Andre, and here's Big John Studd, all these guys. But he just rated them. He just took what he wanted. And off the backs of those people, he made himself and he made them a lot of money. So, I mean, it was smart, but I think it's important to, for people to understand that as smart as Vince McMahon was, it's not like he created all of this. He just knew how to take it and make it bigger. And he was very successful doing that.
That's crazy. I know a lot of discussion over the last few days. I think Meltzer was going back and forth with a couple of people. He vehemently said Hogan did not save pro wrestling. I never used. I mean, I didn't say anything close to that, so I don't know why people are even insinuating that Hogan saved pro wrestling. I don't really understand where that narrative came from. But if Hogan did not come over and join Vince with the national expansion with WWF, and he said, no, I'm going to stay where I am, who would be next in line for Vince? Or who was in discussion to be what Hulk Hogan was to WWF if Hulk Hogan did not come over?
I don't know who would have been in discussion. I don't even know if they had discussions that far. I think he wanted Hogan and he got Hogan. So I don't know who would have been part of those discussions. Piper was a heel, so it wasn't going to be him. Snuka was super over back then, but his incident, let's say, had already taken place. I don't think Vince was going to really rely on him as a top guy. So I don't know who that person would have been. I mean, maybe he would have gone after Dusty. I mean, there were other people he could have potentially gone after, and maybe he would have had success with them. Maybe he would not have. It's one of those what if questions that's impossible to answer. But I think the idea, and I don't know what people were saying to Meltzer on social media. He reacts to everything. But the idea that Hogan didn't save wrestling, Vince didn't save wrestling. Wrestling didn't need saving. Wrestling was doing quite well in the 80s. Vince, though, his company, he staked everything on that first WrestleMania, but it was built around Hogan. It was built around Hogan and Mr. T. So it's hard to say if he didn't get Hogan in the first place at the end of 83, beginning of 84, because I don't think the stuff on MTV happened until the end of 84.
Yeah.
And then that fed into the first WrestleManias. That was a whole year. He would have gotten somebody else, and we'll never know. What do you think? I mean, if he got Dusty was charismatic. I mean, he didn't have the physique that Hogan had, but he was super charismatic. I don't know that it would have worked as well, but I don't know that it would have failed. I think he probably would have found some success with him.
No, you kind of zoned in on the key word there. Dusty would have been great. I love Dusty's work. I thought Dusty was as charismatic as anybody I've ever seen watching pro wrestling. The physique, obviously, Vince. The stories we've heard about. The type of superstars that Vince liked. Hogan fit that to a T. You mentioned longevity. I don't think Dusty would have had the longevity as Hulk Hogan had, and I think that was probably the one thing that Hogan had over everybody else that maybe was going to be in discussion to be that guy if Hogan didn't want that role. Longevity. I don't know anybody who would have outlasted Hogan or went in there as long as Hogan.
Yeah. Well, also the thing to remember is Hogan, by his own admission, I mean, Hogan was a product of borrowing from people like Dusty.
Yeah.
From Dusty, from superstar Billy Graham. I think the Hulk Up was something he got from Austin Idol. Like almost every single element of Hogan's character, he took from somebody else. And that's in wrestling. People borrow and steal from everybody. So superstar Billy Graham was the one who was really an innovator in that respect. But by the time Vince was going national, I mean, Billy Graham, he wasn't the same guy. I mean, Vince brought him back as this karate character, and steroids had ravaged his body. So I feel like superstar Billy Graham, he came along 10 years too early. Had he come along 10 years later or thereabout, it would have been him.
Yeah.
I really think so. Like that, he was Hogan before Hogan was Hogan, but he just came in too soon. So, and if you saw, I don't know if you watched the Dark Side of the Ring episode on him, but they get into, when Vince Sr. took the championship away from him and it went to Backlund, he was never the same after that. Because they made him the champion and he was getting over. I mean, he was a heel, but the fans were really behind him and business was good and everything was great. But you talk about long-term booking. The way Vince's father worked back then, he told Billy Graham before he won the title, you're going to win it on this day and you're going to lose it on this day. And it was a year later. This is the plan. So it didn't matter that he was doing really well and was getting over in a big way. Vince Sr.'s nope, we're going to Backlund. And Bob Backlund was a great athlete, but Bob Backlund, you compare him charisma-wise to superstar Billy Graham, and he had the charisma of a fucking doorknob. So it wasn't the same thing. And, Billy Graham could have done a lot more as the champion, but he just didn't get the opportunity. And then he just went into this depression and disappeared for a few years, and he wasn't the same. So somebody in the chat mentioned, you could have gone with Billy Graham. Time-wise, no, it would not have worked out. But had he come along later, then he 100% he would have been the answer.
How are you going to tell somebody you're going to win the title here? I'm going to take it off of you here a year later, and then almost like you got a fucking crystal ball, knowing what's going to happen in the next 365 days. That's a typical Vince McMahon family thing to do. How do you know? He could still be as hot as ever, if not more than he ever was at that point before you take the title off him. You're still going to take the title off him?
Yeah, there was no reason to take the title off of him. Dude, he had 11 months with it. Bruno had the belt the first time for 8 years. And Billy Graham had it and was doing really well and didn't even get a full year. So I'm sure that bothered him. You know what? He had every right to be bothered by that. Would have pissed me off too.
Imagine WWE took the title off Roman Reigns after a year and a half, 2 years before the 4 years was up. Imagine where we would be now. It don't even look the same at all.
No, it looks different, but the wrestling business now it's just so different now that the company wouldn't have missed a beat.
Probably, yeah.
The title would have ended up on somebody else because now it's so different now than it was back then. Obviously, it's a lot bigger, but it's about the company. It's not even so much about the individual draw anymore. And to tie it back to Hogan, that's another thing about Hogan. And I mentioned this in my sort of segment. is that, back then when you put the Hulk Hogan name on the marquee, because they had those things outside the arenas, like literally on the marquee, that meant something. Like you were going to sell tickets.
Yeah.
And today it's not about that. Like the name on the marquee is WWE. The name on the marquee is not Roman Reigns. It's not Cody Rhodes. It's not Seth Rollins. It's WWE is coming to town. And then boom, they'll sell 14,000 tickets at astronomical prices. It's just a different time now. But Hogan, like everything was built around him. And so if you were running an A, B, and C crew, same night, but like 3 different cities scattered all over the country, and Hogan was leading that like the A crew. If you were working on the Hogan card that night, you were very happy because the building was probably, if not sold out, going to be pretty damn full, compared to some of the other buildings. It meant something having his name on the card.
That's why Bischoff tweeted out a couple of days ago, hey, Hulkster, thank you for the house. And people went at him at it, like not even understanding what he meant. I'm like, geez, social media is so fucking down in the dumps.
But they're just, it's ignorance. They don't
They legitimately thought Hogan bought Bischoff the house that he's in now.
Yeah.
Like, bro, come on.
He bought you a house? This is what you talk about now? The man is dude, these people, they don't know.
We'll get into the toxicity of social media, man. There's a reason why a lot of us kind of stayed away, man, of social media. It was awful. But yeah, that's where Hogan got started. Obviously, we go into the early 80s, 1984, January 23rd, he beat the Sheik, first WWF title. Obviously, we have the Rock and Wrestling connection and the partnership with MTV, which led to...
Did you watch the cartoon back then?
I did not.
I love the cartoon.
I don't know why I didn't watch the cartoon. I mean, I was, we'll get to it, but my first wrestling memory was, I believe it was WrestleMania, around WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 5. So this was definitely well before my time, before I got involved in pro wrestling. So I should have went back and watched. Is there any way I can watch it even today?
I don't know if somebody may have uploaded it on YouTube. WWE uploaded it to... I'm trying to think if it was before the Peacock deal or right after the Peacock deal. It might have been on the network. So this might have preceded Peacock, and then I think the racist stuff took place, and they pulled it.
Okay.
So I don't think officially it's anywhere anymore, but there might be episodes uploaded on YouTube or Dailymotion, maybe.
Yeah, that's something I have to look into. So yeah, the Rock and Wrestling connection, obviously MTV, which led to the pop culture crossover with music and wrestling at that point, which led into WrestleMania 1, March 31st, 1985, the Super Bowl of pro wrestling. You see WrestleMania then as to where we see WrestleMania now. You see what had happened in the history of WrestleMania, where we are now. Unbelievable. And Hogan was the catalyst for all that. And I know a lot of people, Jason, made this to be a big talking point. I know I did. Some people don't look at it as anything important and they kind of gloss over it. But Hogan was the first one in pro wrestling on a national stage to kind of have that crossover where you bring like the coolness of that early 80s MTV, that freestyle, that fucking just that rock and roll to pro wrestling and that celebrity pop culture crossover to WWF at the time. The reason why we are where we are now, we see the Jelly Rolls and Logan Pauls and all these YouTubers and content creators and Cardi B. A lot of that is attributed to Hulk Hogan. I don't really think a lot of people give him his flowers in regards to where we are now with the celebrity appearances. He was the one that started it all.
Well, that was Vince. It was Vince's idea to bring the celebrities into it. He did that for the first WrestleMania. Look at all the celebrities on that show. It wasn't just Mr. T. They had Liberace, and they had the Rockettes, and they had Muhammad Ali, and Cindy. It's funny. You talk about people getting their flowers. Cyndi Lauper doesn't get enough flowers from people. And I still don't know why she's not in the WWE Hall of Fame. I don't think it's a case where she rejected it. So why she was never inducted as part of the celebrity wing and Mr. T is in there, I'm not quite sure. More so even than Mr. T, her involvement back in that 84, 85 period was critical because she was a big deal back then. And that just came out of a chance meeting on an airplane where she and Lou Albano were sitting next to each other. But Vince McMahon is the one who wanted to bring in all the celebrities and stuff. And the idea was, well, we'll bring them in and we'll pair Hogan up with Mr. T and give Hogan the rub, right? Not unlike the idea behind bringing in Mike Tyson in '98. We'll give rub to Steve Austin, right? By rubbing shoulders with Mike Tyson, who still had a name even at that point. So, yeah, Hogan was the face of it. It wasn't like Hogan was responsible for it. I mean, it really was a Vince McMahon idea. And he just he dropped Hogan in the middle of it. And Hogan was, rubbing shoulders with all kinds of celebrities back then. And he was on all the talk shows. I remember him on the A-Team in the mid-'80s.
Yeah, that was cool.
I remember him being on the A-Team. And so, yeah, I mean, he was such a big part of that. It was the first time nationally that you really saw stuff like that. And he was the face of it. So you saw in the video package they put together all the highlights of him on all the talk shows and the cartoons and the TV shows. That's why he became so well known. That's why he was known in pop culture, not even just in the wrestling world. People became very aware of who Hulk Hogan was through all of the television appearances and the celebrity interactions in a way that you just really didn't see back then.
After that, we go into WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3. By the time his time in WWF was up, we get to WrestleMania 9. He main evented 8 of the first 9 WrestleManias. And that is a record that stood for so long. I think Roman Reigns now is the leader of main events in WrestleMania. I think he's got what 11, 12? Who knows how?
It's it's ridiculous because now there's 2 nights.
Yeah, it don't even count anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean last year he main evented WrestleMania twice technically. Like all right.
So yeah, we could. Hogan was the first one of any kind for that type of record. Obviously, WrestleMania 3 is what a lot of people kind of look at. The Slam, Andre the Giant. Pontiac Silverdome, 93,000 people. I went back and watched the match. If I'm being brutally honest and blunt with you guys, the match is awful. But I know Andre was on his last legs at that point, and it was all about the moment. Vince was a great businessman. He knew what he was looking for, and that was just an iconic moment that will stand the test of time. So that is WrestleMania 3. And then, obviously, we go into WrestleMania 5, where I really got started with Macho Man and Hulk Hogan and the Mega Powers just kind of combusting at that point with Miss Elizabeth. And then we go into WrestleMania 6, which is probably, as a child, my most unbelievable just childhood memory of Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior standing in the Sky Dome at WrestleMania 6, IC title and WWF title on the line. And I know a lot of people look at that, Jason, as one of their fondest memories. I know you look at that as one of your fondest memories as well. I mean, as far as me as a child, looking back at all my early childhood memories, I think in that time period, there's nothing greater to me than that. That was legitimately the clashing of two worlds that, as a child, man, we were so enthralled with what was going on. You can't duplicate that, and I can't even express fully what that meant to me as a kid.
Well, if you remember the first time that they locked up at the Rumble that year.
Yeah. That's one of the things I actually went back and watched just recently this past Thursday.
Yeah, just that moment when it came down to the two of them, like right in the middle of the Rumble. And they had a little sequence and they did a little crisscross and then they double clotheslined each other. But dude, like that was a big deal. Like, and you heard it in the crowd that night. Like that was a big deal. Because also you just didn't see that back then. Like babyface, the two biggest baby faces in the entire company. And they're both champions, and they're wrestling in the main event of WrestleMania, and both belts are on the line. It was unheard of. Like in terms of WWF, you just didn't see anything like that. And then friends would have to choose sides. Like you might be a Hogan fan, you might be a Warrior fan, and it kind of made that fun. And yeah, I mean that was, I think they called it the Ultimate Showdown is how they build it. That was a big deal. And then seeing Hogan lose clean. How often did that happen? "Quote unquote clean." He kicked out at 3.01. He didn't kick out in time. Yes. He got beat. Yes. He got beat, but of course he's a smart guy. Yeah. He makes it all about him when the match is over, right? So he takes the belt. My favorite part is when that match ends and Earl Hebner, just no one smartened him up, I guess, because right away he grabs both belts. and he tries to hand them to the Warrior, and the Warrior is ignoring him. Like, no, it's not what we're doing here. So then somehow the belts end up back outside, so Hogan could go outside. He could get his belt, bring it in. What's he going to do? And then he hands it to him, right? Shows respect to the Warrior, raises his hand, and then he walks back to the... I missed those carts. Remember the carts back then?
Yeah.
Walks to the cart. Camera's focused on Hogan as the cart is leaving. And he knew what he was doing. You know, he was making it about himself and the reaction, you know, that he was having to this. But they tried with the Warrior. It didn't work out. And as was the case multiple times, Vince would go back to Hogan. But yeah, that was one of my fondest memories as a young fan from back then, because I think epic, like if you think about it in terms of like an epic showdown, it didn't really get any bigger than that.
No, and you know, I know a lot of people kind of rag on Warrior for his in-ring ability and rag on Hogan for his in-ring ability and him being very formulaic and very basic. You know, you go back and watch that match, it's not terrible to a point where, you know, it's like, oh my God, this match is like, it's Hogan and Warrior. It can't be that good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't not a bad match. They actually turned out something really fucking good.
No, it was not a bad match. No. It wasn't the best match of either of their careers. No. Warrior had better matches with Rick Rude and Randy Savage, but if I had to rank like the 5 best Ultimate Warrior matches, like it's on the list.
Yeah.
You know, and now understanding that it would be hard for me to make a list of probably the top 10 Ultimate Warrior matches. So, I mean, it's not saying too much, but I thought the match was fine. The match was fine for what it was meant to be. And that finish, you know, where he misses the leg drop. Again, you didn't see that sort of thing back then. No. So it was a very, to a young fan, it was a very big deal.
I was not, and I made this very well known, I was not a Hulkamaniac. I was definitely more in favor of the Ultimate Warrior at that point, and we'll get into it. I didn't really start to appreciate Hulk Hogan until he actually turned heel. But that was WrestleMania 6. They took the belt off the Warrior fairly quick. I mean, it was like 260 days. They went back to Hogan. He beat Sergeant Slaughter at WrestleMania 7 for the title, yeah.
They Billy Grahammed him.
Yeah. So Vince thought something else was going to happen with Warrior. He thought he had the next Hogan. They thought maybe Hogan's popularity and the gimmick and the character was kind of fading a little bit, but they went right back to Hogan. He beats Slaughter at WrestleMania 7. And we go into WrestleMania 8, Psycho Sid. And obviously you guys know what happened there with the Royal Rumble in 92 and everything that happened with that. One of my earliest, most favorite Hulk Hogan moments is actually him losing the title to Undertaker at Survivor Series, the Gravest Challenge.
Well, it was one of the fonder memories of the people in the crowd too. If you heard the crowd reaction that night,
there was very audible cheers when he lost the championship.
Yes. Oh, you know, that reminds me. Talk about eerie. Do you remember in the front row during that match there was a guy dressed up as Hulk Hogan?
Yes. I did not know his significance until this week, so I'll leave it up to you to tell that. But it was very eerie, yes.
So he was in the front row for that match. He was in the front row, or he was in the crowd for Hogan's match with Yokozuna in '93 when he lost the championship at the King of the Ring. And then I think he also popped up in the crowd probably during some of his WCW matches as well. So for years, this guy, and I didn't know his name or anything like that, but he would dress up as Hogan with the bandana and the shirt and everything. And I didn't even know this until a couple of days ago. But he died last week, I believe, right? I don't have the date in front of me, so don't quote me on the exact.
It was like 2 days before Hogan passed.
Yeah, it was I think that Tuesday.
Yeah.
Hogan died on Thursday, and the Hogan impersonator guy died the same week as Hulk Hogan.
That's crazy.
That's weird.
That is unbelievable. That was also another match I went back and watched on Thursday night. It was Hogan and Yokozuna at the '93 King of the Ring. His reaction when Hogan lost the it was like, it wasn't really, they weren't fixated on him, but the way that the camera was shot when Yokozuna pinned Hogan after the camera exploded, his facial reaction was like, just, you could see defeat all over him when fucking Hogan lost the championship. I didn't know his significance, but I do vividly remember him in the crowd, yes.
Because, dude, like that was the second time that he was present when Hogan lost the championship. It's like this guy's a bad luck charm for this guy. It's like, because again, when he lost the title to The Undertaker, he was there. And when he lost the title to Yokozuna, he was there. So, yeah, I would be sad, too, if I were him.
That's definitely one of my favorite Hogan moments. Him losing to the Taker and then Taker dragging the championship out like a fucking dead body. And
Bobby Heenan on commentary.
Bobby Heenan was fun. That was one of my favorite Heenan calls ever. Hulkamania is dead.
Again, he had the same call against Yoko when the match was over, and he sat on him. He's like, Hulkamania.
Once again, the bright lights of WWF are too much for the Hulkster. I love it, man. It's fucking great.
Yeah. But that's why, people shit on Heenan for spoiling the Hogan heel turn at the Bash at the Beach in '96.
Oh, give me a break.
You know what, though? Like, if you really think about it, what would you expect Bobby Heenan to say on commentary? Because Bobby Heenan spent his entire career going back to the AWA, because Heenan against Hogan was a thing before Vince ever got a hold of either one of them. So for years and years, even though Heenan really liked him in real life, and I think he got Hogan to write the foreword for his book, but Bobby Heenan, the character, never trusted Hulk Hogan and never liked Hulk Hogan. So what he said on commentary, I look at it as less of a spoiler and more like that's the sort of thing you would expect Bobby Heenan to say. Oh, here comes Hulk Hogan. Whose side is he on? So it kind of made sense, for him as a character, as a heel on screen. That's how I looked at it anyway.
I don't blame. I mean, whoever blamed Heenan for that is ridiculous, man. That's
a lot of people do. Kevin Nash just did a whole podcast talking about Hogan's death, and he talked about the night in Daytona Beach, and he was like, yeah. Bobby went and fucked over the finish.
Oh, give me a break. That was a great fucking call, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know.
That's crazy. But yeah, those are, just to add that in there, that Undertaker moment was one of my favorites. Obviously, we go to the Rumble, Psycho Sid at WrestleMania 8, WrestleMania 9 comes around. Him and Brutus against Money Inc. for the tag team titles. They lost, and then Hogan wins the championship in one of the worst finishes of WrestleMania in history, where he beat Yoko in 90 seconds. Probably less than that, for the WWF title, and that's why the King of the Ring happened. And the King of the Ring '93 was the last appearance for Hulk Hogan in WWF, as he
televised.
He went. Yeah. I think you said, I don't know what show you said it on. Might have been the Sound Off talking about something, but he went till that summer. And then he was gone that summer. It was supposed to be, I would have loved to see, as a kid at that age, in that time period, I would have loved to see Hogan versus Bret at SummerSlam. And I think you talked about that there were flyers and shit ready to go for that, and it never happened.
Yeah, well, not flyers, but there's always been talk that there was a photo shoot. And the two of them did like a tug of war over the belt. And I don't think it was ever actually released. In my mind, I remember seeing it, but maybe it's, what do they call it? The butterfly effect or something like that?
Yeah.
Maybe I think I saw it, but so yeah, I mean that's what supposedly the idea. That's what Bret was told, and obviously it didn't work out that way. But as far as him that summer, he stuck around. They had a European tour after that, and I think his last match was like the beginning of August. It was like, I think, in Sheffield, England. Because he worked Yokozuna every night of that tour. And then as of August of '93, that was it. That was his last match in the company for 9 years. Again, the Vault, they just recently, like maybe, I don't know, a month, 2 months ago, they put out footage that was from the Vault that had never been released before. It was from 2 nights after King of the Ring. Now, you remember King of the Ring, the camera explodes in his face, right? He's blinded. So this was 2 nights later. He's perfectly fine. So he was wrestling. It was like an 8-man tag or a 6-man tag. It was like a dark match at a Superstars taping. And the Giant Gonzalez gets into the ring after the match is over. I think it was a lumberjack match. So he gets into the ring, and Hogan's on one side of the ring, and the Giant Gonzalez is on the other. And I'm looking at this, and I'm like, this is really cool that I'm getting to see this for the first time, because I've only seen still photos, like photographer photos of this. I've never seen the video. But I'm also like, had Hogan stuck around, can you imagine them building to a Hogan Giant Gonzalez match at Summer? Like, how fucking awful that would have been. That
probably would have happened, bro.
That would have been fucking terrible. Terrible.
You said this is on the Vault?
Yeah.
I have to go watch this. I have not watched
Go
that
to
yet.
go to the vault, and they have like a search function for the channel, and just type in Giant Gonzalez or Hogan Giant Gonzalez. They just put this out like a couple months ago.
Did they
and it's
interact?
brief. So the only interaction is that, and here's what's weird about it. So like Giant Gonzalez gets into the ring. Hogan's on one side. He turns and realizes he's in the ring. There's a little stare down. Giant Gonzalez comes at him. Hogan ducks out of the ring and runs away. Okay. Kind of a weird thing for your top babyface to do. Like he just ran away.
Huh.
And that was it. So they didn't touch, they didn't really do anything, but it got a lot of people talking because there's been a photo for years floating around of them standing in the ring together and no video. I've never seen the video before. But just the thought of that being a match, like had he stuck around, oh God, that would have been.
That definitely would have happened. That's the quintessential Hulk Hogan opponent right there. A guy like that.
Of course. But like, I'm just trying to picture like him picking him up and slamming him.
Yeah.
I mean, could he have done it? I guess you could slam anybody if you have their cooperation, but
Sure.
Giant Gonzalez was not known for being, the most graceful performer. So
in 93, we get Hollywood. We get Hogan starring in Suburban Commando, Mr. Nanny, and my personal favorite because I own season 1 on DVD, and I love the fucking show, Thunder in Paradise. It was just basically Baywatch on steroids. It's basically what it was.
love the song.
It was everything about the show was great, bro.
Remember the song?
Yeah, I loved everything about it.
You know what's funny about the intro? The intro of the show, it shows the boat, like the speedboat, right? I think that was a toy.
Oh, that marketed as a toy after the fact in Toys R Us.
No, I know, but I'm saying in the intro, I think they used like a small model. Like I don't think it was a boat. I think they used an actual small like model or toy like for the intro.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
I believe so. So. But yeah, it had like a catchy theme song, and I watched it too. I don't think, did it last more than a season? Was it 2 seasons? I don't remember how long it lasted.
I want to say they had 2 seasons, but I could be wrong about that. But whatever I have, it's in the basement somewhere, just kind of safely tucked away. There were appearances by Sting and fucking Undertaker was on there. It was great.
Yeah. No, they had wrestler appearance, but I just remember that song. It was like, I think they had like a Jamaican singer or whatever, and it was like, I don't want to sing it, but it was like thunder in paradise. When you fool around with him, you're playing with your life. Like it was something like that. And I would just sing it like a fucking nerd. I would sing it every time it would come on. Yeah, bring it up. See if you can bring it up. I don't know why that stick.
Yeah. Yes. It does sound Jamaican. Before I fucking
it does sound Jamaican, right?
Copyright struck over here. Yeah. That just that 5 seconds brings back a bunch of memories. Unbelievable.
Those are the days. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great show. If you guys have not seen that, it is a little cheesy, but it was fucking great back in '94. Man, that was a great watch. Obviously, like Jason said, he went to WCW, won the World Championship for Ric Flair. That was at Bash of the Beach in '94. Then, obviously, the heel turn, 1996 Bash of the Beach. Greatest heel turn of all time. Maybe the greatest moment in pro wrestling history, honestly, is that heel turn. I watched that. It never gets old every time I watch it. Everything about it was perfect. It was the perfect recipe for everything. The right guys were there. Hall, Nash were perfect in their roles. Like Jason said, nobody else but Hogan would have fit into that role. Dusty on the call, Tony Schiavone and Bobby Heenan, they all added to it. The trash in the ring, the promo, Mean Gene, disgusted at Hogan on why he would do this to WCW and betray WCW. Everything about it was perfect. And we talked about that a little bit ago, where he was the face of one generation and then obviously led the charge for the new generation. He made heels cool. He basically went to his old boss's rival promotion and almost put his old boss out of business, which is just fucking mind-boggling to me. That Hulk Hogan was probably the only one to be able to do that. And it was just an unbelievable lightning in a bottle moment. And from that, we got, obviously, the NWO. The popularity of the NWO was everywhere. I mentioned high school. Everybody was talking about it. I went to Mount in the Bronx. and everyone was talking about WCW. I unfortunately did not watch anything WCW at the time because I was just fixated on WWF. And, my parents, the way they raised me, I was not allowed to watch Nitro or Raw when they aired because they went on very late. Raw was either 9 to 10, or when they went to 2 hours, it was 9 to 11. Now, I was not allowed to stay up late on a school night, so it was by my dad's discretion. Let the kids watch it for an hour. They go to bed at 10, and he VHS taped the rest of it, and we watched it when we got home from school the next day. But I didn't live through those years, Jason, live. So I had to go back when I was obviously able to make my own choices and my own decision and not be living in my parents' home. I went back and I watched all that stuff, like what led to the heel turn, the heel turn itself. And like I said before, I didn't really appreciate Hogan until this moment, and that's when I really became a fan of Hulk Hogan. So I don't know how you digested all that when you were living in that time, if you were WCW or WWF. So explain to everybody how you felt during that, because to me, watching it back now, even as a 43-year-old guy, probably the best moment in pro wrestling history, greatest heel turn of all time.
Well, I just love Daddy Ugarte in the chat says, you're an Atlanta Braves fan, but not a WCW fan. Shaking my head.
I know, it's crazy. I know.
Look, I was a WWF guy. I would watch WCW. I would go to my grandparents' house on the weekends. They had cable, and we didn't. I didn't get cable until 95. So the early years of Raw, I would have my grandmother tape it for me, and then when we would see her on the weekend, I would pick up the tape, and I would watch. And it was only... You take the commercials out. Raw back then was 48 minutes. It wasn't like 2 hours long. So that's how I kept up with it. But also the syndicated shows were still a big deal. So Superstars and Wrestling Challenge would air locally. Like here it was Fox 5, and I would watch it. And if anything important happened on Monday Night Raw, they would just show the replay of it on Superstars. So I was caught up on everything. And as far as WCW is concerned, my grandfather enjoyed watching WCW Saturday night. So we would be there on Saturdays. He would have Saturday night on TBS on the TV. And I look back on it now, I'm like, man, I really didn't appreciate it because he would have it on and I'm like, what is this shit? I don't want to watch this, But they would have like Vader and the Horsemen and Ricky Steamboat and Rick Rude and all this great stuff. And every now and then I would really get into it. It'd be like a great match. But I was just like casual at best when it came to WCW. When the Monday Night War stuff started, I was watching, once I got cable anyway, I had cable by the time the NWO became a thing. I was flipping around. So when Raw would go to commercial, I would put Nitro on. And if Nitro went to commercial, I'd put Raw, and I would go back and forth. And again, no DVR back then. I couldn't just go online and check out clips if I missed anything. If you didn't have a spare VCR in another room, because you couldn't, if you were in one room watching Raw, I can't tape Nitro on the same freaking TV, then you were shit out of luck. So you had to flip back and forth and you would miss stuff and be like, man, I can't believe I missed that. Because they were playing games with each other. Like they were doing overruns. And then I remember Vince McMahon did this thing where suddenly Raw was starting at 7:57 every week.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, like, Raw starts at 7:57, so like Nitro would start at 7:56, just to fuck with them. Like this is what was going on back then. And Bischoff would go on the air. Like Nitro had an hour head start on them, so Bischoff was doing commentary back then. And in the middle of Nitro, he'd be like, "Don't bother flipping onto the other show. I'm going to read you the result because it was taped. Raw was taped." And he would be like, yeah, the small guy is going to super kick the big guy and beat him to win the match. And the fat guy, Yokozuna was going to beat this guy. And it's like, it would piss me off. I'm like, this motherfucker just spoiled the show for me. I hated him. I hated Bischoff with a passion for that. But that's the kind of stuff that was going on. And I look back at it now, obviously. It was fun as shit. And I always got a kick out of the kids in school. There was this one kid, Jeff, in particular. Me and my friend were big wrestling fans. He always said, "Oh, you watch that dumb shit? Why do you watch wrestling? It's fake. Don't you know it's fake?" When the NWO stuff took off, like, dude, we would come into class and Jeff was like, "Hey, did you see that NWO stuff that happened last night?" I'm like, "Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Not such fake shit now, is it?" But he got into it. Everybody would be talking about what happened because wrestling became the cool thing again. For a while it went through this very cartoonish lame period where business probably wasn't that great. It wasn't the in thing. The Monday Night War period, Austin and the NWO and Goldberg and all that stuff, all of a sudden wrestling was cool and everybody wanted to talk about it. So, I mean, that was cool because you had more people to talk wrestling with.
Yeah, I was the same way. When we went to Mount, people were talking about it. People were fucking fighting in the hallways, pretending to have, fixed wrestling matches in the hallways before class started. And then after school, when the final bell rang, we took it out to the parking lot where everybody was just hanging out in the front lawn when school was out for the summer. It was fucking crazy, man. That pro wrestling, everybody in school, especially in an all boys school like Mount St. Michael, everybody loved pro wrestling. Hogan. And that time period where WCW was against WWF, Monday Night Wars was something to behold. I'll tell you, it was a fun time. It really made my childhood worthwhile. So with that, we got the 83 weeks, which we talked about. WCW beat Monday Night Raw, almost put Vince out of business, honestly. And then, obviously, with the Goldberg stuff, I know Hogan and everything that you want to come in and talk about with that. Obviously, the NWO leading to Sting and Starrcade and that debacle. Probably the most iconic match in WCW history, and that whole storyline having a conclusion there. And then, obviously, with the Goldberg stuff at the Georgia Dome, 40,000 people on Monday Night Nitro. That was a tremendous moment that cannot be overlooked when you're talking about Hulk Hogan's career because he did business that night and recognized that Goldberg's hot. Let's put the belt on him. And that was amazing, just going back and watching that. And then unless you want to add something to that, Jason, I don't know if you really...
No, I mean, I think Phil in the chat was mentioning that DX made wrestling, not Hogan and WCW. It reminds me, there are people who are adamant, like when you rank these factions, they put DX above the NWO. I can't. I mean, in good conscience, I can't do that.
In what way? What criteria do you take for that?
I don't know. I mean, it is just so preposterous. Like the NWO, had to walk for DX to run. Like without the NWO, there is no DX. And even if you forget that aspect of it, like it will always be NWO first, and then DX. Whether it's 2 or somewhere below that, it's always behind the NWO. I don't care what anybody says. Like to rank DX above the NWO to me is just lunacy.
No, you're right. I mean, without the NWO, there is no DX. DX is a product of Vince having his back against the wall. He needed to do something, and those are the right two guys for that at the moment. So,
and DX was fun. Don't get me wrong. And my favorite incarnation of DX was actually not the original. It was the second version that Triple H led with X-Pac and the Outlaws in '98. To me, that's number 1 DX. Yes. But you cannot put that above the NWO. I'm sorry.
No. So after all the WCW talk and all the good talk and the iconic moments and the childhood memories and the legacy, the career that was Hulk Hogan, obviously, we get to talking about some of the bad, which was one of the biggest stories early in his career was the steroid trial, obviously with George Saharian and the whole steroid scandal with Vince. Hogan went on Arsenio Hall, and he denied using steroids in 1991. He was called as a key witness for the prosecution and was granted immunity. Under oath, he testified that he used steroids since 1976 for physique enhancement and injury recovery, though he stated Vince McMahon never forced him to take steroids or sold him steroids. Hogan's testimony was a significant factor in McMahon's eventual acquittal. Vince is like a cockroach. He beats the feds every chance he got.
You know what was so weird about that? What a weird relationship between those two. Hogan was on the outs with them at that point.
Yeah.
Hogan had already signed with WCW. Yes. He just hadn't debuted yet, I think. And he ended up, like, it literally was like a wrestling swerve where the government thought he was testifying on their behalf and it was going to be good for them. And then what he ended up saying was not what they were hoping for or expecting. And not just because of that, but the case fell apart and Vince got acquitted. But I remember when Vince got acquitted and he was on, I think, the courthouse steps outside, and I think he was asked about Hogan's testimony. And I don't remember what the question was or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, but he said it was something to the effect of, I wish he had told the truth. And I'm like...
That's a very weird statement to say.
That's a weird response. Okay.
He goes to jail for how long if Hogan says the truth? 20 years?
Many. I don't know about 20, but he would have... They were making contingency plans in the event that he was going to be sent up the river. I think that's why they brought Jerry Jarrett in around that time. because if things went the other way, somebody had to run the business, and there was a very real possibility of that happening. But I also think he just probably was, maybe he felt betrayed. I don't know, that Hogan was going to work for the enemy. So maybe he was just trying to dirty him up in some way. I don't know. But I just thought, man, what a weird, given the way things worked out here, what a weird comment that was to make.
Yeah, the relationship. I mean, they're two peas in a pod. You can't talk about one and not the other. They obviously had a kinship and a friendship there. So, probably more than that, honestly. He was never going to send Vince to jail. So there was obviously love there for Vince, where he did his thing and then went to go wrestle for the competition. So that was bad. That was bad enough for Vince. I'm like, I can't punish him too much.
Yeah, and I also wonder, maybe he knew, Vince and him were so close. They were so tight that Vince probably knew stuff about Hogan that Hogan didn't want to get out.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much of that played into his decision to say what he said.
Don't fuck with the devil. That's all I got to say there.
Yep.
Obviously, from that, we get the Gawker lawsuit in 2012. This was the thing that kind of had him floating up the East River for most of his, years, especially the last 10 to 12 years for sure. Gawker published a 1 minute, 41-second excerpt of a sex tape that was recorded in 2006 without his approval or knowledge, showing him with Heather Clem, the then wife of his friend, Bubba the Love Sponge. Hogan sued Gawker for $100 million for invasion of privacy. And obviously it was something that pressed against the First Amendment freedoms, for Hogan, an individual right to privacy. In March of 2016, Florida jury awarded Bolea $140 million in damages. The verdict led to Gawker Media filing for bankruptcy and then settling with Bolea for $31 million. So the lawsuit was secretly funded, it was later revealed, by Silicon Valley billionaire Peter Thiel as retaliation against Gawker for a 2007 article that outed him as gay. Then we get the racism and all that came with the Gawker tape. And you guys know this. This is what really has divided the community for years and years and years on Hulk Hogan. He said things in the audio that you all know. I don't have to repeat it, but it was in regard to Brooke's relationship at the time. And what he said, obviously, has stuck with a lot of people. Further recordings in 2008, jailhouse phone calls with his son, Nick, captured Hogan using that word again. The revelations led to WWE to terminate his contract, which is fucking eerie, bro. On July 24th, 2015, legitimately 10 years after, and we come to this Thursday, July 24th, 2025, 10 years to the day, Hogan passes away. Listen, man, I'm not a spiritual guy. I believe in the afterlife. I believe in paranormal, all that stuff, man. But that is fucking bizarre, man. 10 years to the day where they terminated his contract, he passes away.
Yeah, I was getting ready to mention that on the podcast this week, and I had a note to bring that up. I was going to talk about that being the anniversary, the 10-year anniversary. And then 2 days later, he died.
Yeah.
So it was just like, wow.
So he was removed from the Hall of Fame. All references gone from the website. All merchandise gone. Hogan did issue a public apology, calling the language unacceptable and stating, "This is not who I am." He later attributed his comments to the environment in which he was raised, a claim that was disputed by some former neighbors of his, which a lot of people have went on to say that it was not really an apology. It was more like, please don't get caught doing that type of thing. So a lot of people really kind of were shady on Hulk Hogan then.
Well, I mean, the wrestler, so basically... Yeah, so what you're referring to is they eventually brought him back, and I want to say maybe it was in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, wherever they were. But he talked to the locker room, he did a speech, and there were a lot of people evidently who were there, talent who were at the meeting, who felt like it was less of an apology and more of a speech about, hey, you better be careful. You never know, who might be recording you. So don't get caught. Be smart, basically. And there were a lot of wrestlers who felt like, okay, this is not really, an apology for anything. This is the complete opposite of that. If you remember a couple of months ago when the announcement was made about this Real American Freestyle League, and Hogan was doing an interview and he mentioned how, we used to have in WWE, like these guys, Brock Lesnar and Kurt Angle and Benjamin Shelton. And if you remember Shelton Benjamin's response, like he was, pretty direct in his response to Hogan, and basically saying, "Look, don't pretend like you and me were, had any sort of relationship, and basically like keep my name out of your mouth because you can't even get my name right." And he was, I believe, there. He was in that meeting back then because he made a comment in his tweet about that whole speech and how it was less of an apology and more, what I just talked about. So, yeah, that's how it came across to some people, I know. And obviously we weren't there, so we don't know. But it's just one of those things where when you really look back, that one incident, the incident being the leaking of the tape, and seeing a side of this person that publicly you had never seen before, it shocked a lot of people. And it disappointed a lot of people who were big fans of his, who grew up with him, right? Who idolized him as a kid and had his poster on their wall and all of this stuff. And all of a sudden you hear some of the things he was saying and the language he was using, and it almost doesn't even matter that it happened unbeknownst to him. That's a horrible thing, obviously, that he was recorded without his consent. Nobody is denying that, but it did happen and people did hear it, It'd be the same thing as if you were on camera unbeknownst to yourself committing a crime, some horrific crime. It's like, okay, well, maybe you were recorded without your knowledge, but guess what? Everybody just saw you commit this crime. You can't, erase that memory. Once people see it and they hear it, it's out there, and there's nothing you can do to change that other than try to show people some level of contrition or that you were genuinely apologetic, not because you got caught, but because this is not who I am, and I'm going to, do something that might show people that you're being sincere. And I mentioned, Mark Henry has mentioned that, he had gotten in touch with Hogan after that and said, hey, why don't you come tour some black colleges and law schools, and we'll do a tour and you can answer questions about this subject. And he said Hogan declined. I don't know if there's anything that he could have done that would have made it better.
Well, that was my next question to you. If he did apologize sincerely and he meant it, and it was a genuine apology, I mean, are we still making it as big of a deal as it is today, or is it just going to be more of the same? Because I think a lot of people will hear it and then not give a shit, even though the man apologized. What else could he do at that point?
Some people, some people would not be able to forgive something like that. There would be people who would simply either not believe him or just say, look, this was, when you're not being recorded, it's a kind of a window into the kind of person that you really are, and you're not going to win over everybody. But I do think that if he made more of a genuine effort, see, the problem with Hogan is like, and this is one of the things.
He believed what he believed and wanted to be the person he wanted to be. That's the problem.
But here's the thing with Hogan is that he has told so many lies over the years. Lies and exaggerations and stuff where he just did not come across as genuine on like the simplest of stuff. This is obviously a very serious subject, but he would lie and he would lie and he would lie. And it's like, how can you believe anything out of his mouth? You mean to tell me he wasn't going to be Cliff Burton's replacement in Metallica? No. No. I saw someone made the comment. They said, Ozzy Osbourne, the front man for Black Sabbath and the bassist for Metallica passed away in the same week.
Sure thing, bro.
And so, but it's just that's the thing about Hogan that always annoyed me is the fact that there were things that he would say that were just demonstrably false. And some people were like, oh, he's just old. Maybe he's just, he won't remember every date and every date. That's not what we're talking about here, dude. Like, he's been lying since the 90s. Like, this is not like a recent phenomenon. And this is Hulk Hogan, like the biggest star in the history of the business, who probably has so many great legitimate stories to tell that he doesn't have to lie and he doesn't have to exaggerate. He could just tell real stories and it would be amazing. But because he's told so many exaggerations and so many tall tales over the years, you can't trust a fucking thing that he says. So he did 2 books. I've talked about this before. He did 2 books. In both books, he gave diametrically opposing accounts of what happened with The Undertaker at Survivor Series in 91. In one oh, he didn't drop me on my head. He took care of me. And the other one, oh, he dropped me on my neck. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like, did two different people write this book? Like, these two books? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, there was no need for him to do that. And so it just got to a point where every time he would do an interview and he would tell a story, I just assumed that he was making it up, just like he did so many other times. You know, the whole Wembley Stadium thing with the kid who was dying, and he got him a ticket, and he was like, he went out for his match and he looked at him to the crowd, and the kid wasn't there, the Make-A-Wish kid, and he knew at that moment that kid had died. And I'm like, wait a minute. He never wrestled at Wembley Stadium. What's he talking about? Like,
that's one of the more funnier stories. Like, what the fuck?
Never ever wrestled at Wembley Stadium. What is he talking about? Like,
oh my God.
It's just, but that's the kind of thing that, I mean, it's like he was doing an interview once and talking about the Montreal screw job. And it might have been a radio station, I don't know. And he was like, yeah, that was the night that, little teeny Shawn Michaels pinned Bret Hart. And I'm like, what? What is he talking about? Like, so this was just a constant thing. So when you are constantly caught in a lie like that, it just casts doubt over everything that you say. And I don't think that helped his cause either. There were people who just did not see him as a genuine figure, and they just couldn't take what he said at face value.
Did he think he was playing a gimmick? Was he like kind of like, I don't know. Look, pro wrestlers play gimmick when they're off camera and they're in the general public, just to kind of keep up the perception. Was that what he was doing? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it.
He was a worker. And so I don't know, like, it was hard to tell sometimes where Hulk Hogan ended and Terry Bollea began until we saw that tape. So was he doing it on purpose? Was he genuinely forgetting things? Look, I'm sure he did forget details of some stuff, but there were just so many examples of it over the years, going back when he wasn't that old, so you can't just blame it on age. I don't think it was all done on purpose. I think, like, maybe sometimes you tell a lie long enough that you start to believe it. You know, that's why people would make fun of it when he would talk about Andre. I slammed Andre and he was 800 pounds and, he died 4 days later. I'm like, no, that didn't happen.
Oh my God.
That did not happen. I wanted so badly to believe before Macho Man passed away, and Hogan told the story about how he made up with the Macho Man, that not long before Savage died, they happened to be in the same doctor's office on the same day. And they got to talking and they put their issues behind them. And all of a sudden, everything was cool between them, right? I want so badly to believe that story, but I can't, because it just, on its face, right? I cannot believe that is the way that it went down, because Savage had no love towards Hulk Hogan, right? Especially in the latter part of his life. So I would love to believe that that's true. But do I believe that happened or that's how it went down? I don't.
No,
I don't. And again, he's Hulk Hogan. He's got so many legitimate stories that he could tell. I don't know why he felt the need to constantly embellish or just lie and make stuff up, because it just casts everything that he says in doubt. And it bothered me, because I want to believe so badly, but I just, in good conscience, because I have a brain, I can't.
Yeah, it's definitely something that tarnished his legacy as well. On top of all the stuff we're talking about here, the tape, and then obviously his family issues. He divorced Linda. She took 70% of the couple's liquid assets. And then obviously the stuff with his son, Nick, in August of 2007, which is probably some of the most offensive and egregious shit in the entire legacy that is Hulk Hogan, because it to me, outside the sex tape and the leak of what he said and the words that he said, this seemingly gets glanced over in favor of that, which I don't really blame people.
Not by me.
This is awful. So he was drunk. Nick was drunk, 17 at the time, involved in a street racing accident that left his best friend at the time, John Graziano, with permanent brain damage. Nick pleaded no contest, sentenced to 8 months in jail. In November 2023, Nick was arrested again for driving under the influence in Clearwater for something he later pleaded guilty, and he was sentenced to 1 year probation. I'll leave it up to you, Jason, because I know you've talked about this. I know what he said, Hogan, in regards to what happened to John Graziano. What an awful, hateful, despicable, you should burn in hell type of comment. Imagine being the father of John Graziano and hearing Hulk Hogan say that about your son. What the fuck did he do to deserve that for the words that Hulk Hogan said in regards to the situation? I'll leave it up to you because I know you'll probably tell it better than me.
Well, so again, like you said, there was a drag racing accident. Nick, I guess, was under the influence, and he was fine. His friend, not so much. I don't remember if his friend was a U.S. Marine. I know he was. I believe he was a U.S. Marine. Young kid, and he ended up with a traumatic brain injury. And Nick is in jail, and there was audio that leaked of these jailhouse recordings when Hulk called to talk to his son and his mom too. And his mother is another piece of work. But like the audio between Hogan and Nick, like it just goes far beyond like a father just trying to make his son feel okay. Like they're talking about what happened. And Hogan makes this comment at one point. He says, yeah, I don't know what that kid must have done that, God would lay that kind of heavy shit on him. Like basically making comments that you listen to this and it's like they're blaming John for what happened. The guy in the passenger seat during this accident. And it's just horrendous stuff to like listen to. And it was just constant comments, like that. And then that's also where the comment came from, where I don't even remember the context for it, but it was on these tapes where Hogan made the comment that, I hope we don't get reincarnated as a couple of black guys. Or he said it in Carney, of course. So he said Blizzag Gizeyes, because that's how Hogan spoke. He was Carney. And I'm like, it's not just the Gawker sex tape. You know what I mean? Like there's other evidence of him making these types of comments, and for which there really is no excuse. And I've seen a lot of people try to excuse it over the years too, not just this week. Well, again, it was recorded without his knowledge, or who among us hasn't said stuff that we regret, or yeah, but he was the biggest star in the history of like they try to tap dance around it, but you can't. And you can understand why people would be upset or disgusted, embarrassed by these comments. It did not paint, frankly, any of the family members, except maybe Brooke seems to be the only one with like a level head in that whole family. I've always felt that way, but it was just disgusting. It was disgusting, and again, it gets glossed over. It didn't really get a ton of media attention, but it's out there, and you can't ignore it. Maybe you know what? Some people can't ignore it. They can just be like, "Oh, I don't care. I was a fan of his, and I don't care about what he did in his personal life." Okay, cool. Well, guess what? That's not how life works. And so when somebody passes away and you kind of look at what they have done and said in their lives, this sort of thing is going to come back to haunt you as a public figure, because this is out there and it cannot be ignored. It is now part of who he is. It is now part of this man's legacy. And from there, you can make a judgment call about whether or not you're okay with that, and it doesn't matter to you, or it does, and you can still appreciate what he did in wrestling and all the joy that he gave you when you were, a young fan in the business, or not in the business, but watching him in the business. But also understand that as a person, as a human being, he was not all that he was cracked up to be as the Hulk Hogan that you grew up with. And that to me is what is the saddest thing of all. This guy is someone who should have been able to be this just great ambassador to wrestling, Not that everybody is flawless and everybody is perfect. Like, people make mistakes. They say things that they regret. But this is more than that. You know what I mean? And it's something that really soured a lot of people on him. Some people they don't even want to watch a Hulk Hogan match anymore. They're just disgusted by him. And I'm not in a position to tell people how they should or should not feel. You know what? They're more than welcome to feel that way. I totally understand where they're coming from, because there's no excusing it. There's no justification for that. Imagine like you're listening to these comments as somebody who grew up a fan of his, and he's sort of dismissing an entire, group of people. You know what I mean? And it's like, how do you just pretend that didn't happen? Like it dirtied his legacy. Like, full stop. And there's nothing you can do about that. It happened. It got out. People are aware of it. There's a reason why when he showed up in Tampa for WrestleMania a few years ago with Titus O'Neil dressed up as a fucking pirate, he was getting booed. And he's from Tampa. He's a Tampa guy. And he got booed. The Raw on Netflix earlier this year, when he got booed, everybody tried to equate it. Oh, it's just because, of his politics. That's all it was. No. There were a lot of people who did not want to see him because there's a lot of shit that happened and they just didn't have any use for it. And you have a lot of newer fans who didn't grow up watching him. They don't have that personal connection to him. So they're a lot less likely to tolerate, his shit or him saying that kind of stuff. And they're like, the hell with this guy. And they made their voices heard that night. And it's a shame that that's the last time that he was ever on TV. In his last televised appearance, this guy who would, in Los Angeles and in Chicago and in New York and all over the world, would sell out all these arenas and would get these unbelievable reactions, right? Hogan must pose, and he would pose. It was such a big deal that the last time we saw him on television on a wrestling show, he was booed out of the building. It goes to show you...
The biggest name in the fucking company's history, booed out of the building.
Biggest name in the history of the company. You talk about going from the penthouse to the outhouse. I mean, that says it all. And it's sad. It's really, really sad. But I also say he's got nobody to blame for that but himself.
No, he welcomed that hate in. That's just a hateful comment. You can see that there was
comments.
Yes, I'm talking about the Gratiano one, just specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that's hate in the heart type comment, and that's something that a normal, functioning, just level-headed, caring, loving individual is not going. Especially a father saying that to someone else who has to see their son now in that type of condition for the rest of their life. It's just a disgusting comment. I don't blame people for feeling the way that they do about Hulk Hogan. I've said my piece on my end. I'm not going to. I can differentiate, what he's done as bad and evil and hateful, and then also appreciate what he's done for the business. Many people don't want to do that. That's completely your choice, like Jason said and I have said over the past 7 days. But I feel like you can say that type of stuff, but it's not difficult to understand and realize what his importance to the company is as a performer.
Yeah.
People are just going to throw it away. Oh, fuck Hulk Hogan, he's not important. I mean, you can't say that.
Well, yeah, and again, a lot of the stuff that I saw, like on social media, fuck him. I'm glad that this happened, and I'm going to dance on. What was that? The Gawker writer who wrote something to the effect of, "I'm going to,
let me have this one. This is a grave I'll happily dance on," or something like that.
Yeah, this is my grave to dance on. You can that's just fucking nonsense. That kind of stuff. Look, everyone's different. Me personally, I have no issue going back and still enjoying and watching the old stuff. But, I also understand that this is the person that he was. It's part of who he was. It will forever be part of who he was. I will never look at him the same way ever again, but it doesn't, prevent me from being able to, go back and watch the old stuff. It's the same thing with Benoit. And what Benoit did, that's a totally different situation.
The fucked up thing is people were comparing this to Hulk Hogan and Chris Benoit's situation. I'm like, how the fuck can you compare both of these situations?
Yeah,
one guy murdered his fucking family. Really?
That's very dumb. But just to use that as an example, though, there are people who cannot go back and watch a Chris Benoit match. I totally understand it. I can. But do I look at it the same way?
No.
Does it make me feel a certain way? Oh, you bet it does. It'll never be the same ever again. But I can, I'm not going to turn the TV off if I see his face on my TV.
Well, same thing with Vince or Brock. After what we know the last 2 years, I don't look at anything that they've ever done the same way either.
Vince. I mean, that goes without saying. That stain will always be there. And there's just nothing you can do about it. And again, it was stuff that they take responsibility for, or not, but they did it to themselves. So my sympathy only extends so far. So it's part of his legacy now. As we wrap this up, we've talked about all these things that he's accomplished and done in his career, and that is what most people will remember him for and talk about. But this other part of his life, as Terry Bollea and the comments he made, that is part of his legacy too, that will now define him. And it's sad, but that's the reality of the situation. And you can't tell people that, they can't be upset about that. They have every right to be upset about that. I mean, it was again, disgusting, hateful shit that came out of his mouth. And just because he passed away doesn't mean that as we talk about his life and career, we just gloss over it and ignore it. It's part of his story now and, needs to be talked about, and it's been well documented, and that's just how it is. And it's sad, but sometimes, these things happen in life, and they say, again, I always go back to that quote, the Harvey Dent thing, right? The quote I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, that's what ended up happening with Hulk Hogan.
It still doesn't feel real to me as we wrap this up here. We'll get into what else happened on Thursday, on the day that Hogan passed, which is, again, eerie. I don't know how the world is working out nowadays, but my childhood is defined by Hogan and a lot of superstars around that time period. It's important to me and who I am as a kid growing up to the man I am today at 43 years old. I think we owe a lot to what Hulk Hogan has done. I joked on Friday, without Hulk Hogan, who the fuck knows what I'm watching? Who knows if I'm even into pro wrestling the way that I am? Maybe JD now is talking about guitars or heavy metal on a podcast, or he's doing just fucking let's plays or baseball or cooking or whiskey or something, Mustangs. Who knows what I'm doing? I don't want to owe everything to Hulk Hogan, but the reason why I'm in love with pro wrestling is guys like Hogan, the Warrior, Savage, Jake, Brett, Razor, guys of that generation. It's tough to sit here and just kind of like I'm fucking battling an army of just people with hate on social media. Like, this is how I feel. You guys don't know me and the way I was raised. Like, I found importance through guys like Hulk Hogan and people of that generation. So I can sit here and say how important it is to me while also trying to differentiate the bad from everything that we talked about that is good. A lot of these people just, I know Jason stayed away from social media. He didn't say anything. I know he got fucking hate on social media. Where's your fucking podcast? Where's your video? Like, bro, like, you don't have to say everything that you want to say on social media. He's got other outlets and platforms to go and do that. I put out a thing, and I can't tell you how many comments I blocked. Good for him. I'm dancing on his grave. One less person in this world that we don't need. Like, I don't stand for that type of shit. The guy is dead. A husband is now lost. Kids don't have a father. What's the reason for the hate for? Like, we understand the bad that he did, but I don't understand why we can't look at the good that he also did for people like me, Jason, who grew up in that time period. It's important to us. It's all right to talk about that. It is okay to talk about that. It was something that gave me a lot of anxiety this week, honestly, because, a lot of these people, like you said, Jason, they don't know. They don't want to go back and fill their heads with knowledge and why he was so important. They just want to spew hate for engagement and just kind of get this out there as a way to get themselves traction without really understanding the gravity of the situation. It's honestly depressing, and it made me really question why I'm even on social media this week. For the first time in a long time, I don't even know why I'm on there.
This is what made you question?
Well, it almost put, not really, but it almost pushed me over the edge to just not be on it anymore, honestly, and delete the app off my phone.
Well, I'm surprised it took you this long, but yes, there's a lot of that type of stuff that goes around on social media. But I also think it's important to just learn that a lot of these people, you kind of put them on a pedestal, and we probably shouldn't be doing that, because there's a lot of people that, say and do things that, when we talk about them in this way, because they're not perfect, clearly, we shouldn't, this kind of blind idol worship that some people have for like celebrities, athletes, wrestlers. It could be anybody. We probably shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people put their hope and faith into that type of stuff and to those type of people. But this is the most famous pro wrestler of all time. Passed away on Thursday. He will go down as the biggest face that the WWF has ever created, and I honestly feel his legacy for what he's done for the company will live on forever. And the bad is always going to get talked about. There's no doubt in my mind. But it is the most important pro wrestling story of the year so far. It may be the biggest pro wrestling story that we both covered. It's definitely up there, along with the Vince stuff and the Vince removal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was gonna say outside of the Vince stuff. And speaking of Vince,
yeah.
So I saw the story before we were talking about it. In the sound check, TMZ had a story a few hours ago about a car accident, pretty bad car accident that Vince McMahon was in the morning that Hulk Hogan passed away. This was last Thursday. It only came out today.
That is.
So the timing is very weird.
I don't know how you guys feel, man, if you're spiritual at all, if you believe in that type of thing, but Vince getting in a car accident on the day that Hogan passed away, the morning of, is fucking eerie, man.
And so apparently nobody was hurt or injured in the accident, but TMZ had the photos. So what happened is Vince was driving his Bentley, and he rear-ended somebody in a BMW. And the BMW sustained damage, but like if you look at the photos, it's fixable. Vince's car looks like it's completely fucking totaled. And so and I guess you may have the details there, like a misdemeanor charge. I guess he was, he didn't leave enough space between himself and the car in front of him, and he's going to have to go back to court next month. But like, you look at the damage to his car, and I said this to you. I said, how fast was this guy going that level of damage was sustained by his car? That car looks, it's gone. It's wrecked.
It's ridiculous. I actually pinned it for you guys. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, I pinned the TMZ article at the top of the live stream chat. Like Jason said, his Bentley was traveling northbound on Route 15 in Westport when it rammed into the back of a 2023 BMW 430 and collided with a median wooden beam guardrail. Debris from the collision flew into the left side of a two-lane highway, and a third vehicle, a Ford Fusion, moving southbound, then ran into it. This is according to TMZ, by the way. The force of the impact was so severe, the airbags were deployed. McMahon's Bentley and the BMW both had their airbags deployed. The report stated that all three drivers were wearing their seatbelts. Thank God. All three cars needed to be towed from the scene, and there was about 30 feet of damage to the median guardrail. McMahon was issued a misdemeanor, like Jason said, for reckless driving and following too closely, resulting in an accident. He will appear in court in August. McMahon went on to mourn Hogan's death later that day, obviously, as we talked about the two being synonymous with one another. You look at the photos, his car is totaled, legitimately totaled. I don't know if the Bentley is completely made of shit or if Vince was driving recklessly. I don't know, one or the other. But the BMW doesn't look as bad as McMahon's Bentley, but I mean, here's a lesson, folks. Wear your seatbelt and please don't speed, especially in Connecticut where they're fucking horrible drivers. Please.
Yeah. Seatbelts save lives.
There you go. We got Hogan out of the way. God rest his soul. And I'm sure, everybody's still going to be talking about it days and days and days later. But I'm glad we got that out. McMahon's story we got out. Jason, I'll leave it up to you. I know you wanted to talk some AEW. There's some AEW stuff going into tomorrow. Where do you want to start with the AEW topics?
Well, why don't we just go back to Dynamite from last week and just touch on some of the key things that happened on that show before we get into the SummerSlam stuff and also some of the injury news on the AEW side.
Yes, we got some stories as far as Jay White is concerned and something that Tony Khan had put out there as well as far as how he handles things on social media. I did not like Wednesday's show. I'm just going to get that out there. I thought it was a lame duck show. We got Hangman and Wheeler Yuta. That was something that people laughed at going into the show, but thank God it was only a backdrop to what really was the story here. And it was Adam Page basically trying to convince Wheeler Yuta that, look, the Death Riders aren't coming out to save you. Where are they? And he did the same thing, Jason, to what the Death Riders did on the previous Saturday's Collision to Colt Cabana. Why he's a centralized focus here in this storyline is beyond me. I guess Chicago and Colt Cabana are synonymous, but Moxley,
well, he's a friend. He's a friend of Hangman's, as we well know.
Yeah, sure. When was the last time they were on TV together? I don't know. I mean, some of the sleuths in the shadow find that. Never, yeah. Never. So Moxley choked him out, left him bleeding. The same way that Moxley was choked out at All In, he did the same thing to Colt. Hangman was going to do the same thing to Wheeler Yuta. and stopped and said, look, they're not coming out, and just left him bloodied there and went about his way. What'd you make of the opening angle? Did you care about this at all? Did you think it was a nice appetizer for what we're getting tomorrow with the World Championship match against Moxley and Page?
No, I mean, I didn't care for it just because I cannot bring myself to care about the kind of the Wheeler Yuta aspect of the Death Riders and trying to convince him that, Moxley's not really, he doesn't have his best interest in my, I don't care about any of that stuff. I know what they're trying to do. That's fine. They're trying to tell that story. It's all about the rematch. They did make it official later in the show that Hangman and Moxley will have a rematch from All In tomorrow night on Dynamite. The good thing about that is they're not waiting until Forbidden Door, which was my fear, that they were going to build this up for the next pay-per-view, and we would have another 3 or 4 weeks of promoting Hangman against Mox. So they're getting it out of the way tomorrow night. They're going to try to pop a number, by doing a World Championship match on TV. And the big difference this time is we are going from a Texas death match where anything goes and everybody is involved to a straight singles match where the only stipulation is that nobody is allowed at ringside.
That's ridiculous.
So it's a straight match between these two.
Exactly what I want to see, man. After all the blood and carnage that we got at fucking
I was just
rest hold and a headlock.
I was just like, man, think of everything that we had it all in, the bed of nails and all the weapons and the forks and the barbed wire, and now we're just getting a wrestling match. We built to the wrestling match here. So they're going to do a world title match on TV, and I am hoping that once this plays itself out, Hangman can move on. Moxley and Darby, I'm sure they're going to go on to do their thing. I have people in my ear telling me, but maybe they're going to put the belt back on Moxley. They gave you the moment at All In with Hangman, but now they're going to get the belt back on Moxley.
It's not that far. It's not that far-fetched, bro.
It's not, and I hate that they even planted that idea in my head. I'm going to say no, that's not going to happen, but the fact that there's a chance it could doesn't sit well with me, because whatever they're going to do with Mox and Darby does not have to be for the championship. So I'm pretty certain that we are not going to see a title change tomorrow night, but I guess there's always that little possibility out there. But you were mentioning before about what are they going to do for a finish, because I don't see Hangman losing the title, but I also don't see him just straight up beating Moxley, which he kind of already did right at All In. So what do you do for a finish here? Now MJF won the Casino Gauntlet. He's got that contract. He had an interaction at the beginning of the show last week with Hangman, who basically blew him off and embarrassed him in the back before he went out there for his match. And they're still also teasing something with MJF and Mark Briscoe. And Mark Briscoe wanted a match with him. He said, I was going to win the gauntlet and you stole it. You stole the win from me. I want you in the ring. And MJF said no. And then he went on to evoke the name of Jay Briscoe again, and Mark tried to get at him and he got away. And to me, it all just makes sense that you would have MJF at least attempt to cash in and sign. You got to sign it first, sign the contract towards the end of this match tomorrow night, and have Mark Briscoe show up and stop him from doing so and ruin his opportunity to win the championship. So he could still have the contract, but that moment, that window closes very quickly and Briscoe basically fucks him over. I think that's what we're looking at here. And then you can go on to do MJF and Mark Briscoe in a match. I don't know if that's a TV match. I don't know if that's the Forbidden Door match. But he's almost got to at least try to cash in, does he not?
I would say that's probably the leading candidate to that match tomorrow night. My question to you is, nobody is allowed to interfere. There's nobody allowed at ringside. Obviously, MJF is immune to that rule because he holds the contract. He can show up whenever he wants. If he wants to cash in, he's perfectly okay to do so. Does that mean Darby as well? Because, like you said, I don't see Hangman losing the championship. It would be ridiculous for him to lose the championship. I also don't see Jon Moxley losing clean again. Clean to Hangman. Do we see Darby interfere in this match? Is he a part of that ruling? Because he's not actually in the Death Riders. I'm assuming Paige was talking about the Death Riders, and Paige was talking about everybody that was backing him up, like Joe and the Ops and all those guys. Does that include Darby?
Sure. Why wouldn't it include Darby? I mean, the stipulation is everybody is banned.
So how do we get to an outcome unless MJF wins the championship?
Well, I mean, MJF could try to cash in his contract. Mark Briscoe comes out not to interfere in the match, but to kind of prevent him and neutralize him from doing so. And that whole distraction, leads to whatever the finish is going to be. At least to him getting, eating a buckshot lariat or two of them.
Right.
It might take two of them to get the job done. But, it provides a distraction to give Moxley some kind of an out. It could be as simple as that. And Darby could show up, but he may just show up, doing his best Sting impression, just kind of up in the, I say the rafters, but whatever you call it in that building. It's not the biggest building, so, he's up there, though.
The fucking upper level there?
I actually I like the venue. I think the venue looks cool on TV. So, yeah, it's a smaller venue, but it's kind of unique. I think, is this their last week there?
This is their last week. They only got 3 weeks.
Okay. Okay, right. I think it's 6 shows,
Does
right?
it appear to you optically, though? Like, they go from 28,000 in Texas for this match to 1,100 on Wednesday. Do you think that's a little bizarre for the championship rematch?
No, it doesn't bother me. I mean, they had this residency, booked for a while, and Chicago's a good city for them. Obviously, we have come a long way from the days where they can go to Chicago and put 6,000 or 7,000 people in a building. So they're not going to do that 3 weeks in a row. I don't think they're going to do that 3 weeks in a row anywhere, to be fair, because that's a lot of shows to be doing in one place. But no, I mean, to me, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. I mean, you're going to have shows coming up. They got the Forbidden Door coming up in the UK. They're going to do 15,000 people. They're going to be in Toronto for All Out. I don't know what the capacity of that venue is, but I'm sure they're going to have a lot of people there. Again, the issues has been with the weekly shows. That's why they're running these smaller venues. And at some point, for all this talk about how, and Tony Khan has talked about, everything's up, right? Ratings are up, business is up, attendance is up. Well, if that's true, then in the next few months, we should start to see them trying to run bigger venues for Dynamite each week, if that's true, right?
Yeah,
If what they're saying is true, I don't know why they wouldn't try to start running bigger venues again, and then we'll see. We'll see how true that really is. But them running this building for a match like this, I mean, it doesn't bother me.
Oh yeah, they're probably gonna have 15,000 plus in the O2. That's a big market for them, obviously in the United Kingdom. Toronto, I think they're nearing 10,000 plus for that one for All Out, which is great. Toronto's a great wrestling city. So yeah, that's happening tomorrow. I'm going Hangman to retain the championship for sure. And clearly you can see what Tony's doing. We don't usually see this type of match on a weekly, Dynamite or Collision. So clearly this is also a ratings draw, and he wants to draw interest to the show. And what better way to do that than having a big marquee match for your biggest championship? So
yeah, and I don't remember what number they did when they did, because wasn't the first title match with Joe and Moxley on TV.
It might have been.
Because no, they didn't do a rematch. They did Anarchy in the Arena at Double or Nothing. So I think the title match was on TV. It was probably on some.
Yes, it was like a special episode. I forgot what episode it was. It was like one of them theme shows.
Beach Break. Yeah. Maybe Beach Break.
Yeah.
So I don't remember if the numbers for that show were up or how high they were. But the only other one I could think of this year that they've done, they did the rematch, very similar, between Moxley and Adam Copeland on TV after Revolution. So I think that's good every now and then to have a world title match on TV. I think that's fine. So at least we have an important match heading into Dynamite tomorrow. Last week, I remember I put the preview on my end for Dynamite together, and there were 2 things announced.
I know.
I didn't have any, like even in the thumbnail, I didn't know what the fuck to put in there. I'm like, you know what? If I put Hangman against Wheeler Yuta in the thumbnail, I might actively drive people away from the video. So like, I'm not doing that. And it's part of a new strategy that he has where he's not announcing a whole lot before the show goes on the air. So I'm glad we at least have one really big match that's been advertised for tomorrow night.
He is a very bizarre man. He actually explained why AEW announces matches on the day of the shows. He says during a live session on his Twitter account, he was in his father's or family's residence, and he's showing off all of his father's fancy paintings in the background.
Wayne Manor? Like Wayne Manor?
Probably. Who the fuck knows? while he's probably got the top of the line cell phone that you could possibly buy. He's operating at like 240p. He doesn't know how to use the fucking phone. It's all grainy. It's comical. And he says about the booking strategy. A lot of times wrestling companies will make some announcements on the day of the show because they get engagement. It's a way to get you talking about the show, get you interested in the show. He then elaborated that the last-minute announcements serve as a hook to let fans know that there's something big planned for the show that they will not want to miss. While fans sometimes debate the practice, Khan believes the results speak for themselves. He says, typically, those match announcements are the most engagement you're going to get the day of the show. I think they do very, very well, says Tony Khan. Now, I know he has an analytics company, and he's a big analytic guy, and he's a big numbers guy. I don't know where he's getting his numbers from, but just from an outside perspective looking in, Jason, I feel like it's probably working against him, because the way I look at it, maybe some people think differently, maybe you think differently. When I get the sense that nothing's been announced for the show, I have no interest in watching the show. Like, I want to know what is on the show. Give me a list of 4 or 5 matches, segments, who's going to be on the show, and I'll determine at that point that I am interested in the show. Now, I know you have covered every Dynamite, just like me, since the beginning of time here. Do you remember when Excalibur used to run in fucking Micro Machine fashion fucking rundowns at the end of the show? What's coming up on next week's Dynamite? You couldn't shut the fucking guy up. He fit like 8 matches in like 30 seconds. So I know that they know how to announce matches ahead of time, and I know how to do long-term planning and get people excited for the show. Whatever this practice is, I feel like is actually harming Dynamite. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah, I remember when they used to have Excalibur doing that, and I hated that. I know they got a kick out of it. They would laugh about it and everything. It was like testing the poor guy. Like, can he fit it all in without stumbling over his words? It actually got to a point where it made me angry, because I didn't see what the benefit in it was. Like, he was going so fast. Like, dude, I couldn't even... I heard one match. You know what I mean? Like, he's running through it, and nobody has any time to even process what this fucking guy is saying. So I'm glad they stopped doing that, because that was just very silly to me. Obviously, it would be great if they can announce in advance 2 or 3 really interesting matches that I'm looking forward to on the show. I'll counter you by saying this: from what I've seen of what you think of some of the matches they sometimes announce in advance, you don't seem to think very highly of some of the matches they announce in advance. So, is it really getting you more interested in seeing Dynamite if Tony Khan gives you a rundown of 3 or 4 matches that you don't necessarily want to see anyway? I'm talking you specifically.
Oh no, because I mean, I don't know what his booking strategy is. Everything at this point, to answer your question now in the current landscape that we're in, everything is a $200,000 tag or an all-star tag or fucking $400,000. I don't know what the practice is over there. I don't know what the mentality is over there. But even if he did announce matches, the matches that he has announced lately haven't really been doing much coming out of All In. So
maybe that's part of the strategy. Maybe if he's seeing that feedback from other people as well, it's like, well, then you know what? I'm not going to announce hardly anything. So that way they can't sort of make up their mind in advance about these 3 matches that we've announced that, oh, this is going to suck and this is stupid and this is dumb. So I just won't, I'll announce maybe one thing and leave it up to people's imagination where you have to tune in to find out.
So book better matches.
Well, I mean, look, Dynamite has had some really good matches lately, and then there have been some matches that I just don't really give a shit about. And I agree, the money gimmick is just very silly. I mean, what does it really mean? You know what I mean? Like, we're at the point now where he's doing it every week.
Yes. So
people win, and then they kind of just move on to whatever the next match is, and there's no... Like, we don't see what the follow-up is. Like, okay, they won $400,000. What does that mean to me as the viewer? I didn't win $400,000. I don't give a shit, and you're not showing me like
Hologram won $100,000 as part of a 4-man tag team, man. What's going on?
Hologram won $400,000, and he's back on TV the following week in the same shitty mask. So it's not like he's upgraded his wardrobe. Like, what does it really mean? It doesn't mean anything. So, yeah, I think that's also very dumb. Maybe he feels like it adds something to it. It doesn't. But me personally, I wish that they would, make it a practice. They don't have to announce the entire card, but like announce enough. Like, we got these 2 big matches on the show tonight, and we got this big segment or promo, or whatever it's going to be. And then the rest of it you can sort of leave for Showtime. You don't have to give us a rundown of all 6 or 7 things happening on the show. I mean, I appreciate that. It makes my job easier when I put the preview together, but So as a personal preference, I do wish they would announce more. Is he seeing stuff that we're not seeing as far as his internal metrics that indicate to him that it's working? I would assume so if he's doing it.
He has to see something that we're not seeing.
Right. So, I mean, if that's the case, then who are we to say that he shouldn't be doing it? Like, if he has metrics that show him, hey, this is working in this way or that way, or this number's up, that number's up. Like, if I saw that, then I would take away from that I should keep doing that. So I hope the reason he's doing it is because he's seeing some kind of benefit from it. I don't know. I don't know what form that is taking. I have no idea, but I have to assume there's a method to the madness. I would hope.
Well, he's already announced a match besides Moxley and Page. He's announced Tony Storm and Alex Windsor against Athena and Billy Starks tomorrow night on Dynamite Tag Team match.
Well, we also know the Young Bucks are wrestling the Outrunners. That's also on the show. So right there, we already know 3 things, which is good. That's
I'm more excited about this than I was last week. Good.
Right. So at least we know 3 key things that are happening on the show tomorrow. And that's a good segue into the, just real quick, we'll talk about this tag team tournament.
Yeah, this was a major announcement at the start of last week's show. There's a tag team eliminator tournament happening after we just got done with the Owen. And Tony loves to fill dead air with tournaments. There's just way too many tournaments on TV. But he needs opponents for the Hurt Syndicate at Forbidden Door. I laughed. I don't know what you thought. We got one bracket with teams, which this match was fucking great. FTR Jet Speed that happened on Wednesday. It was the only match legitimately that's filled in these brackets. Everything else was blank. So I guess now we know who's in the tournament. We got the Outrunners, we got the Young Bucks, we got the Gates of Agony, Big Bill and Brian Keith are in there. The Bang Bang Gang's in there. So we got some teams, and we'll talk about where we think this is going. This was a fantastic match. FTR won. Adam Copeland comes out at the end of this match after FTR had this great match with Jet Speed, and he said that he is now in the business of working with the Hurt Business or the Hurt Syndicate. They come on out and they chase down FTR. There's a big brawl in the ring, and Adam Copeland is now doing business with the Hurt Syndicate, which we'll talk about the whole MJF dynamic because there was something that happened after that, but we'll stick with this right now. How do you feel about this eliminator tournament, Jason? Obviously, the way that we see the brackets, if I could pull it up, I will. It looks like this is tailor-made for FTR to win it, and I know you specifically have talked about the way you would handle it. It looks like they may be going somewhere in that vicinity. I think FTR wins this tournament. I think we get FTR and the Hurt Syndicate at Forbidden Door. This is just me speaking. And I think MJF turns on the Hurt Syndicate because of what they said to him on this very same show. And I think we get the turn, and FTR wins the tag team titles to go into Toronto to defend against a reunited Christian and Adam Copeland.
Yeah, FTR would seem to be the favorites, but I'm looking at this. So we already know FTR has advanced, and they're going to be wrestling the Bang Bang Gang because Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn, they beat Big Bill and Brian Keith on Collision. So that's going to be the next match in that next round of the tournament. It's Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn because Colton Gunn got hurt. Unfortunately, the Guns just came back a couple of weeks ago, and then he got hurt at Collision last week. So that's happening in the next round. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, we have the Young Bucks and the Outrunners tomorrow night. I think the Outrunners are winning that match because to me, it just feels like the Bucks right now are sort of in their downward spiral phase and they don't need to be winning that match. And as I recall, I believe around the time that Tony Khan made the decision to go with Private Party to beat the Bucks to win the tag titles, there was a story about how the Bucks wanted to lose the titles to another team, and the belief is that team might have been the Outrunners. Yes. So I think we're seeing the Outrunners win their match against the Bucks tomorrow. And I am now leaning more towards the Outrunners winning this tournament. And I'll tell you why. We have seen 2 matches recently with FTR and the Outrunners. FTR has won both of those matches. If we end up with FTR and the Outrunners again in the finals of this thing, I don't see FTR beating them for a third time. And maybe it's also a situation where Tony Khan assumes that most people think FTR is just going to win anyway. So with the Outrunners, you have a genuinely likable babyface team. I mean, the Hurt Syndicate, people like them, but they're really heels. Right? They're not really a babyface team. The Outrunners are just purebred baby faces, and they're great. I love their whole shtick, and they're still over, because there was a period of time where it was like, man, they got to give them a run with the belts. But that was like 7 or 8 months ago, and they're still pretty over. I could see them winning the entire thing, and they go to Forbidden Door. And like you said, MJF ends up playing a role in the Hurt Syndicate losing those titles, but they lose them to the Outrunners. Because FTR and Copeland and Christian, if that's the direction they're going in, I think having that match for the tag team titles makes a lot of sense, but does it have to be for the tag team titles? It doesn't have to be for the tag team titles. If Tony Khan wanted to give the Outrunners even a short run with the belts, he could do it. And maybe they backdoor their way in, just because MJF gets involved, and that's why Lashley and Benjamin lose. But okay, if that's how it happens, I'm feeling pretty good about the Outrunners right now, honestly. I think I may be shifting from FTR to the Outrunners to win this thing.
So just to fill you in here, I want to see if your opinion is still the way it is now. Outrunners beat the Bucks. They get the winner of Gates of Agony and Brodito. Do you see the Outrunners beating Brody King and Bandito in the second round? That's a tough one.
No, but you're assuming that Brodito advances. It could be the Gates of Agony.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's a decent match because they just got together with Ricochet, and I know they need some solid momentum underneath them if anybody wants to take them seriously.
So that's the idea. Like they're not going to win the tournament, but at least give them a win. Right? They just put them together with Ricochet. They have a trio now. They're just started as this new group.
Or Brody King, bro.
Well, but you know what though? Like to me, this goes one of two ways. Either the Outrunners go to the finals and they beat FTR, or Brodito goes to the finals against FTR and then FTR wins.
I think that I'm leaning towards that second one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but I'm feeling pretty good right now about the Outrunners. And again, I just love their whole gimmick, the whole retro thing. I'm all about that. I think they do a really good job with it. They've been able to maintain this fan support, and they're a legit team. It's not like Brody King and Bandito ended up like Brodito. Where the fuck did this come from? Like they're not a real team.
Brody King and Illusion though is, bro. I don't really know where that came from.
I don't know either. But so I mean, they're not like a real team in the way that FTR is or the Outrunners are. So to me, it's one of those two teams. Either one, I think that we're seeing a tag team title change in London. To me, it doesn't matter who wins this. I think that's where we get the title change.
So MJF was very upset that the Hurt Syndicate were working with Copeland, and he made the mention of, you guys should be helping me get my Triple B back. Bobby Lashley took a problem with this and shoved MJF up against a locker and told MJF, I never wanted you in the Hurt Syndicate, and gave him a thumbs down. Shelton walked away. MVP didn't say anything. He walked away, and MJF was just left standing there by himself. Now, the one problem I have with this is typical AEW booking. Everything looked, I know Bobby Lashley's always been kind of giving MJF the side eye and not really smiling when he speaks. He doesn't really look proud to have him there. So I guess we were kind of, it was very under the radar, but if you watch closely enough, you've seen it. They didn't really, I guess that's the way of them telling the story, but there really wasn't any dissension or there was anything between them on screen besides that. I remember MJF and Bobby Lashley, they were arm in arm. They were celebrating with him winning the contract in the gauntlet match. I mean, we didn't really get anything on TV to really progress this tension, Jason. It feels very rushed. Do you feel like this is being rushed with MJF's removal from the Hurt Syndicate?
Well, he's not removed yet.
Not yet, yes.
Even though it seems like it's heading in that direction. It feels a little bit rushed, but you can't say that it just completely came out of nowhere, because in these segments, like Lashley has been staring him down, giving him the side eye, looking like he's, kind of barely tolerating this guy. And all it takes is one night where MJF shoots his mouth off in the way that he did, and that's it. Lashley snaps, because even though they've been getting along, like, he never wanted him in this group to begin with. So it's not like they're best friends, right? He's tolerating him because MVP and Shelton Benjamin wanted him in. So he's like, okay, we'll give this guy a shot. But if he fucks up, the minute he slips up or he says something he shouldn't, and then he did, right? He made it all about himself, and he was mouthing off to these guys. And Lashley just love he threw him up against the locker and said, look, Like, we're not going to take this shit. I've had enough of you. You annoy me. Thumbs down. And he walks off. So now MVP has to try to clean this mess up. And look, they could drag this out for a couple weeks if they want to. But if he gets bounced out of this group before Forbidden Door, and it looks like he will, again, that it just plays right into that title match where MJF could play some kind of role. And maybe he doesn't get bounced. Maybe he never gets officially bounced, but things are like teetering. And when we get to Forbidden Door, MJF makes the first move and screws them over in some way, and that's how they lose the titles. But that's where I see it going, and then we can get a singles match. I could see All Out maybe being a match, between MJF and Bobby Lashley. So that's where I think we're headed with this. A little bit rushed, but if you've paid attention, I mean, the signs have been there this entire time. And we'll see if they pull the trigger on him getting bounced this week. I don't think they have to, though. I think they can milk this a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have him kicked out at all. I'd have MJF make the move and just turn on them, which, you said that they were heels. It almost seems like they're telegraphing them to be baby faces, the Hurt Syndicate, with the removal of MJF. So, or at least the turn by MJF on Hurt Syndicate. So I actually like that move a lot. All Out's looking great. If we could look into the future here. Copeland Christian against FTR. We got MJF, Bobby Lashley, Moxley, Darby, and then we have the United. What's it called? The Unified title, Takeshita and Okada potentially for that title there. I mean, it's shaped up to be a potentially great show in Toronto. So lots to like. It's just the TV coming out of All In has just been, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It just seems very lazy and just very unenthusiastic. But that was the biggest thing that happened on Dynamite. This MJF story is really good.
Yeah. And again, we're heading into a pay-per-view where normally, this is where we see talent from other promotions come in. I know some people check out when it comes to Forbidden Door season. It's not their thing. So, look, if it's not your thing, get ready, because we're going to be seeing New Japan talent and CMLL talent. I would imagine Stardom would be a part of this again.
Yeah, for sure. One person who's hoping to be at the O2 for Forbidden Doors, Will Ospreay. He returned on Wednesday's show and mentioned that he has neck issues, and he's been dealing with neck issues for over 10 months, not quite being on the level with his medical team and AEW's medical team because he withheld all this information. He hid it. He apologized. He just wanted to get AEW over the finish line and help Hangman win the championship back from Jon Moxley. He says, but after the Death Riders and what they did to him, he was rushed to the hospital for an MRI. They found issues in 2 of his vertebrae, though the doctors did say it was treatable. He was hoping to be back in time, and this is where I thought he was going to say he's going to be out for 12 months. He mentioned in time for Forbidden Door, and I'm like, Forbidden Door in 26? No, he said Forbidden Door in 4 weeks. So I don't know why. I said to Jesse, I don't know why this segment was necessary, especially looking back at what actually happened to Adam Cole with the concussions, and he's going to be off TV, had to vacate the TNT title, why they would scare everybody again with Will Ospreay, who in some circles is the fucking heart and soul of that company. What did you make of this, Jason? Do you see him coming back by Forbidden Door? Who do you see him wrestling if there? I just was very confused by this because he made it seem like it was more worse than it really was, and it sounds like he'll be back very soon.
Well, apparently the injury is legit. He's got 2 herniated discs that are pressing on his spine. So do I hope to see him back by Forbidden Door? I don't. I just want him to get better. And I don't see how you're going to get fully better in 4 weeks if you have 2 herniated discs. I mean, yeah, you can probably rehab it and make it a little bit better, but that sounds pretty serious to me. And so I had the same reaction that you did, where it's like, it felt like this sense of dread. Like, okay, this horrible announcement is coming. And then he mentions what it is, and I'm like, oh, that sounds bad. And he goes, but I'm hoping to be back by Forbidden Door. And I'm like, did he find this doctor on the street somewhere? Is like in a back alley or something? Like, what are you talking about? I was more alarmed when he admitted that he has been going for 10 months with a neck injury that he didn't tell anybody. Like, he kept it from medical. He kept it from everybody.
How irresponsible is he, man? Holy shit.
Well, I just think of Adam Cole, and I had a lot of respect for him going to Tony Khan the day before or the day of this big show, in Arlington, where he had a match, and I'm sure he would have loved to have been out there. But he was honest with him and said, look, I don't feel well, and this is what's going on, and it's probably a concussion. And so Tony made the decision to pull him off the show because you got to do what's right for you. And I'm sure it broke his heart. He was out there in tears, and he doesn't know what his future holds. But you know what? More people should be honest. And I believe that honesty is the best policy when it comes to stuff like this. You can't fuck around with your health. He's too important to this company to be messing around when it comes to like your neck. So if you've got 2 herniated discs, I mean, to me, look, I'm sure he wants so badly to be on this card because it's in the UK. He can still be there. But if he's injured and it's going to take some time to fully heal up from this, take the fucking time off. Like, you don't need to be on this show. I'm sure Tony has plans for him in the long term. And I just feel like if he's going to rush back, that it might potentially make things worse. That's the worst decision that you can make. Like, just take time off, dude. Like, this guy's been grinding the entire year. The travel is horrendous. I mean, he goes back and forth almost every week from the US to the UK. Like, all of this shit takes its toll. But 2 herniated discs that are pressing on your spine, like, that's nothing to just kind of be flippant about. So I just hope he takes care of himself and does the smart thing and doesn't feel like, oh, I've got to be back. They need me. I got to be back. Like, they got a lot of talent. They'll be okay for a while if you need to take some time off. Especially
if this guy's going to get his crowning moment at Wembley next year when they move all in back to the United Kingdom. I mean, who wants to fuck
may
that
not.
up?
He may not if he's continues hiding injuries and making things worse, right? So take care of yourself now so you'll be good to go when the time is right.
Yeah, speaking of injuries, there's another injury update in AEW. Jay White's been out of action for the last several months. I personally miss Jay White. I think he's great. He sustained an injury against Kevin Knight a couple of months ago. However, those that Fightful have spoken to say that he is not close to a return. In fact, those that they've spoken to claim that Jay White's also been dealing with a shoulder injury, and sources in the company have said that White has been weighing whether or not to get shoulder surgery, though they haven't heard if the decision was made. If so, it's possible he'd miss the rest of the year. And that's already with the Bang Bang Gang being plagued with injuries. We just got Juice Robinson back, and Colton Gunn was immediately sidelined as soon as they got back to television, which they reemerged at the pay-per-view on July 12th in the Gauntlet match. And they're all fucked up over there. So I don't know what's going on. Austin's teaming with Juice in the tournament, and Colton and Jay White are going to be out. I wish they'd be back, but it looks like they're both going to be out for the rest of the year. So that's a big injury for them.
Yeah, for Jay White, he had previously the broken foot. So, I mean, he's had some injury problems, and it sucks. It sucks because I know he was going to be in the Owen, and he's one of those guys that should be in that upper mix for them. So I guess we're just going to have to wait and see, what happens. But it's not looking too good as far as his 2025 is concerned.
No. Hopefully, speed of recovery there for Switchblade.
But what is coming up?
SummerSlam.
We should dive into it now because I just realized it's 11 o'clock at night. We should dive into this big weekend that we have coming up. And there's a certain event that now is, for the first time ever, it is 2 nights.
SummerSlam is 2 nights. There will be 6 hours of countdown content, bro. You ready?
6 hours and not a single match has been announced through 6 hours. Julia cannot get herself a United States Championship match. I got 6 hours worth of pre-shows this weekend. How ridiculous is that? That's
fucking ridiculous. We'll get into it here. We got the match card. I don't know if the order has been revealed yet, but
it has.
Okay. I'm not going to go by order. I'm just going to go by night here. I think.
Well, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah. As far as like what matches are on what night.
Yes, I have that in front of me. Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's what we know.
All right, so we'll start with Saturday. Sami Zayn, Karrion Kross. They added this to the show, and there is a rumor right now that Karrion Kross has not signed, and Scarlett, not signed a renewal with WWE. Now, the report goes that nobody really knows, says Fightful. It could be a situation where they're keeping it very close to the vest, because I do remember that when Cross's contract status got leaked earlier in the year, he was visibly and very upset about it. So I think if he has signed, which I am kind of leaning towards that he has, he's keeping it very quiet, and only a very small number of people know. So that's in the news there. So I guess we'll start with that, Jason. Do you think he's staying or going? Because the way that this storyline is shaping up, especially after last night's sit-down between them, it almost feels like a send-off for Karrion Kross, and that this is going to be his last match in WWE.
I don't know why it would be a send-off for him. I just doesn't make any sense to me, why they wouldn't re-sign him. So it's possible that maybe he has, and they're keeping it kind of on the down low. The finish of this match will tell the tale, because if he has not re-signed, he's not winning this match. I don't think he's winning the match regardless. I think Sami Zayn is winning this match. Do I think that he has re-signed or he will re-sign? If it's not done yet, I think that it will happen. Because to me, he's got enough momentum right now, and he's been getting more visibility on television the last few months than all the years he's been signed to this company. This is actually his second consecutive PLE match. When was the last time that happened for him? I don't know why they wouldn't be able to reach some kind of agreement. So I think they will, but I think Sami Zayn is winning either way.
I think Sami's going to win as well. I think the way that we've talked about Sami on his quest for a world championship, I'm sticking to my guns on that. I think that's the direction going into next year for sure.
But see, here's how I feel, though. Now, see how you think about this. I see it where Kross tries to take the low road, maybe with the pipe. Sami ends up using it instead. And that's how he wins. And so he wins, but when the match is over, he tells Kross what he wants to know. And he tells Kross that he was right. Because it almost reminds me of, I'm sure you remember this, the Aleister Black Velveteen Dream match.
Yep.
Where he beat Velveteen Dream. All Dream wanted was just to say my name. And he wouldn't do it. And he won. Black won the match, but when it was over, he finally acknowledged him. And he gave him what he wanted. And it may be a similar situation here where Sami wins, but in the end, he actually does tell Kross, you were right. And then he drops the mic. I'm not saying it's a heel turn. I'm not saying that, but do you see something like that happening?
Yes, I see it because Sami wants very badly to be a world champion, and he's been telling everybody, I'm going to be a world champion, while everybody, including Kross, many times has said, no, you're not. He's going to do what he has to do to get there, and that pipe is definitely going to be a focal point in the match. I agree.
Yeah, because, they kind of took the wind out of my sails a little bit last night, because Sami was like, look, if I lose, I'll say whatever you want me to say. But if I win, you have to say, and then he mentioned whatever it is that he wants Kross to say, that maybe you were wrong or whatever. But I still feel like that would be a cool way for this to end. Is Sami wins, but then he gives Kross what he wants. And even though Kross loses, he's got that smile on his face, like, I got it. I got him to admit it.
I think that's going to happen, yeah. I wish the match quality was as good as Black and Velveteen, but, we got what we got here. Hopefully they can turn out something that was a lot better than their last Monday Night Raw match, but they...
Slow King says he has to say, fight me. Fight me.
Yeah, really. We don't want to go back to those days, man. Not at all. Sami and Kross. Sami's going to win on Saturday. We have the Women's Championship on the line. Tiffany Stratton walks in as the champion, defending against Jade Cargill. Now, this is going to be an interesting one to follow, Jason, because Tiffany is only in the WWE for 4 years. She is obviously... I don't want to say it's been a complete bust, but her title reign has been less than memorable, if I'm going to be nice here.
Well, her title reign is consisted of 2 television matches with Nia Jax. And
one of them was great.
And a title defense against Trish Stratus.
Yeah, that's it. And a match against Charlotte at WrestleMania, which I guess you could look at.
I'm saying post-WrestleMania.
Yeah. Listen, I don't think Jade is ready for a world championship. I could see why WWE would want to belt her here. I'm going to think outside the box. Bianca's not booked on this show. I don't know what role she does play in this.
Bianca's hurt. Did you say, well, she did an interview. She gave us an update this week on what's going on. So she broke multiple fingers at WrestleMania. And the fingers have healed, but I guess with one of the fingers, she also broke it at the joint. And one of the fingers, she cannot straighten it. It still has not... she can't bend it still. So she may need surgery for that. She's hoping it'll just kind of come back on its own. They're waiting to see. She can't wrestle with it like that. You can't wrestle with a straight finger because it'll just re-break. So she's kind of in a holding pattern, hoping to avoid surgery. So that's kind of where she is at this point. So, she refereed that match at Evolution, but it's not like she was taking bumps or anything.
Yeah.
Not to say that she won't show up here. I don't know what she would do though. If she's not cleared and she's still hurt, then I don't really see her playing a major role in this.
Yeah, well, I wasn't privy to that information before this show, so now my opinion and opinion on this match is going to change. I'm going to go Jade winning the championship, and I think that we eventually get Bianca turning on Jade, maybe costing her the title down the line, which leads to a one-on-one match between the two, whether she loses it back to Tiffany or someone else that WWE sees fit for that championship. I'm going to go Jade winning the title here. I think Tiffany she's a great wrestler. I think she's got incredible upside. I don't think she knows who she wants to be. I think this babyface experiment has failed. I think she's a much better heel, as we've seen in NXT, compared to this babyface run on the main roster. I think we need to switch roles here. I think Tiffany needs to go heel. I'm going to go Jade winning the championship. I think she wins, and we have a new champion walking into SummerSlam.
I think Jade is winning the championship. My belief is that Becky Lynch needs to move from Raw to SmackDown. Assuming she drops her title to Lyra on this show, I think SmackDown could use her more than Raw can right now. I think she served her purpose working with Lyra, doing everything she's been doing. You could do Bayley also, but to me, Becky, post SummerSlam at some point coming out of this show, I think that women's division on SmackDown, regardless of who wins here, whether it's Jade or Tiffany, I think Becky is someone who should be shifted over to Friday nights and be in the mix there.
So if you move Becky over to SmackDown, does that mean Bayley gets to be a heel on Monday night? Because she's certainly teasing some sort of direction over there.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely teasing a heel turn soon. So again, you could move Bayley and not Becky, but I feel like Becky is the better option to move over. And if that's the case, then yes, I think Bayley clearly is headed towards, it seems to me anyway, headed towards a heel turn. And there's always the possibility they call somebody up from NXT.
Yeah,
you know, if that is needed. So that's how I see things playing out, or what I would do coming out of the show.
It's kind of interesting. You move Becky to SmackDown. If that does happen, do they move Mr. Becky over to SmackDown too?
Not initially. No, I don't think so.
Okay. Usually they're very funny with that. You know, there's a rumor that Jimmy may be moved over to Raw to team with Jay because Naomi's over on Raw. So I know they like to keep the married couples together.
Well, yeah, but not just married, but just couples in general. But like Tiffany's on SmackDown, and El Grande Americano is running around on Raw.
That's true. That's true. Yeah,
it's not always the case.
Yeah, I'm going Jade. Jason's going Jade. I think we got a new champion. Hopefully she's ready for it, because a lot of people see what I'm not seeing, and I don't think she's ready for it. But Jade's going to win the championship in our opinion.
Hey, maybe if Bayley does go heel, they could change her music. So, being that she's a heel, instead of being a role model, her song opens with "Heel Turn" instead of role model. Right?
She won't be a role model if she's a heel.
No. Okay. It would have to be a different opening soundbite. So, what would it be?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Def Rebel can rip off some other musical artist and just dub AI over it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they could just be as lazy as possible, keep the music, and just go, "Bad guy."
So awful, man. I can't stand them.
That's terrible.
Women's Tag Team Championships on the line. Raquel Rodriguez and Roxanne Perez, who I have loved since they got together, and Liv's been out with injury. I told you guys it was going to work out. I think everything's going to work out for the best, including Liv when she gets back. She's going to be the most over babyface in the company. They've been great champions so far in light of Liv's injury. They will defend against Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair. Now, I know we talked about this the past couple of episodes here on TNT. I remember us saying that I think Alexa and Charlotte should win. I'm changing my mind. I'm going Raquel and Roxanne to win, just based, Jason, on the simple premise of this story with Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair is probably one of the more innocent things that I've seen Charlotte Flair do in 10 years. I actually don't mind it. You guys know how I feel. Jason knows how I feel about Charlotte and the overexposure that was Charlotte with all her fucking 21 title reigns. But I do think that we need to flesh out this story a little bit more. If they win the championship, it's okay. They won the tag team championships and they're now a tag team. They're officially friends together. I would like to see them kind of slow burn this and go into Clash in Paris. I think a loss here would actually bring them closer together, because they really haven't formally said that we're a team or we're friends. I'd like to get them to a point where they do admit that they're friends and they are a team, instead of being just, convenienced or acquaintances here, just working for the betterment of the team. I want to see something fleshed out here. I think Judgment Day wins. We get the title change in Paris 4 weeks later. And I think that's the way I'm sticking with it, man. I think Judgment Day retains here.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. I think the titles are ending up on them regardless. But I'm going with Charlotte and Alexa to win them here.
Okay.
Because I look at it like this. Like, I would definitely keep them together as a team for a while. I wouldn't split them up, like in the next few weeks or anything like that. But I think winning the titles, letting them run with it for a little bit, there is going to be the inevitable split between them, because I think they're going to want to do a singles match, which supposedly was the original plan until Charlotte said, no, we're going to keep this team going for a while.
Well, then Sapp kind of debunked that rumor and said that wasn't really even the plan to begin with. So,
well, but it comes down to who you believe, right?
Yeah.
Because now we have conflicting reports.
Yes.
One thing I think that is not a conflict, I think we could agree, is that Charlotte is enjoying herself.
Yes.
Doing this not gimmick, but like doing this storyline with Alexa and partnering with her, and probably would want to keep it going for a little bit. But I do think that it will eventually lead to a singles match between them. It doesn't have to be a full-blown heated rivalry, but I think that at some point, if there's a breakdown, maybe they win the belts and they drop them back to the Judgment Day, and now there's issues between Charlotte and Alexa. We get a singles match between them. Maybe they come back together as friends after that. They can play this story out for a while, but there will be a conflict between them at some point. It's not always going to be hunky-dory like it is now. But I'm going with them to win the belts here on this show. I think that they are going to leave as the new tag team champion.
All right. I actually like it. I think this is good stuff for both of them. And listen, I know Charlotte would prefer to be a babyface, and I think Alexa is such a good heel when she's in that role that it may actually work keeping Charlotte as a babyface. So I think they've kind of struck gold here with a potential tension down the line where you got Alexa, who's going to be a great heel, and Charlotte, who wants to be a babyface, working against a great heel. I think that's going to work out great. So
I think also one thing that also has benefited Charlotte is the Players Tribune article that she did.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure she shared it on her social media to all of her followers, and a lot of people read it. And she kind of opened up in that interview about her life and her feelings and everything in a way that she hasn't before. So I think it's a combination of both things. I think it's her being more sort of open and honest publicly about that kind of stuff, but also the story with Alexa. And now we're in a situation where we have crowds that are actually chanting, "We want Charlotte," which, I mean, when she came back after the Royal Rumble, if you would have told me that, I would have said, yeah, there ain't no chance of that happening.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't anticipate hearing those things, but I thought I was hearing things watching Evolution, but it was in Flair country, so I'm not really all that surprised. Randy Orton and Jelly Roll, they will be teaming up against Logan Paul and, as of now, Drew McIntyre. Now, I say as of now because apparently Drew McIntyre is stranded in England with no passport. He posted on social media saying that he was in the United Kingdom for a friend's wedding, stating that he was denied boarding on his flight home due to passport issues. He turned the real-life situation here to blame Jelly Roll for the situation that happened to him.
Oh.
Yeah, he blamed Jelly Roll for
Really?
why he was over there stranded. Yeah, he says, it's been quite a week I had. You know what's been how it's been capped off? I can't get back to America. They won't let me board my flight. Look at the scenic countryside as he's around nothing but green pastures. Does this look like an American scenic countryside? No, I'm in England, still at my buddy's wedding, planning to go back, train for SummerSlam, but no, I got blocked. And he detailed the issue at the airport. Wife and I walked up to the gate trying to check in. Always goes perfectly, not this time. Bro, you don't have your U.S. passport. I know who you are. I know you've lived there for a long time, but no way. We can't let you in the country, buddy. End quote. So, obviously, this is a thing now. Miz has been campaigning to fill in for McIntyre if we can't make it, which, I mean, would be a suitable replacement because of the history between him and Logan Paul. But I don't know why WWE wouldn't be able to get this situated, Jason. It sounds like such a fundamental thing. Just mail his passport back to where he is and get him on the flight and back in the United States and ready for SummerSlam. What'd you make of this story?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's already back in the U.S. I don't think he's posted anything on social media since that video. So
No.
he's probably, I'm imagining he's probably back home at this point. Now, if this would have happened like the Thursday before SummerSlam or something.
Yeah.
That would have been a different situation. But this happened a week before. I am sure that he and or WWE, if they have not already done so, will make sure that he is home with not only for SummerSlam, but even for SmackDown on Friday. So I think he'll be there. I don't think it's going to end up being a big issue. And again, as far as this match is concerned, they did that angle on SmackDown on Friday where I believe the baby faces stood tall. I would imagine that Logan and Drew would get their heat back on SmackDown on Friday, but yes. I don't see them. I don't see them beating Jelly Roll. I think they have this celebrity guest who's here in this match, and apparently he's been training at the Performance Center, and who knows? Maybe we'll see something out of Jelly Roll, a big move or something that maybe he'll call it the Jelly Roll, and something we've never seen before. But I don't see them bringing him in to lose.
No.
So I am going with Randy Orton and Jelly Roll for the win. And when I watched that angle on Friday, it was amazing because it was all Logan Paul. Like when they're doing these spots and everyone's like, man, look at Jelly Roll. I'm like, he's just standing there.
Like a fucking roadblock.
He's not doing anything. Like, it's all Logan. Logan is bumping off of him and stuff. Oh, he did the Boss Man Slam. Okay, which looked good, right? The black hole slam, boss man slam. So that may be his finishing move for all we know. But it's just funny, like all the praise I was seeing on my timeline for Jelly Roll, and he did fine. But like he just stood there. All he had to do was stand there and let Logan do most of the work. And so if they do that on Saturday, they'll be fine. I don't know what we might see out of Jelly Roll that would shock me. I mean, maybe if he did something off the top rope or something, but I think keep him limited to what he can do and let the pros do their thing, and it'll be fine. It's a fine mid-card attraction for the show.
Yeah, I agree. McIntyre definitely had his working boots on. He said, I'm going to drop you, Jelly Roll. I'm going to make you pay. So clearly he's definitely working. He's just adding a little bit more pepper to the pasta sauce here for SummerSlam. Over under, Jason, Jelly Destroyer on Saturday night.
I don't see it. There are
is he capable of doing a Canadian Destroyer?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No. Some people can do a Destroyer, and some people are not made to do a Destroyer. I'm afraid if he does a Jelly Destroyer, he'll destroy himself. So I think just stick to the basics, stick to what you are good at and what you can handle. And then leave the rest to Logan and Drew and Randy, and you'll be fine.
Should be fun. I'm going baby faces here. Randy Orton, Jelly Roll get the win for sure on Saturday. We got a tag team match here. Roman Reigns and Jey Uso versus Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed with Paul Heyman in their corner. I thought that ending angle on Raw last night was very good. Braun Breaker could not look any more like a badass. Speared both Jey Uso and Roman through the barricade, and like we talked about in the beginning, just joking around, Bronson Reed stole Roman Reigns' Jordans. And they look dominant. That's the way you build stars. Braun Breaker, obviously, this is my yard now. This is my ring. This is my cameraman. These fat asses in the crowd, they're my fans. So, I mean, I thought it was great.
Did he say that? I thought he said, these are my dogs. They bark for me.
Oh, is that what he said? I thought he said
Did
fat
he call
asses.
the fans fat? I didn't hear that.
No?
Was it Scott Steiner?
Why not? That's what
I didn't hear him call.
That's what I thought he said.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I didn't hear him call them fat asses. I just thought he said, these are my dogs. They bark for me. Huh? But yeah, I tell you, it was a great angle. And it's the kind of angle that you do when, like you said, you're trying to, create new stars. You want to know what would be even better to create a new star is you have Braun Breaker pin Roman Reigns in this match. I am picking the heels to go over here, and I know I shouldn't after that angle they did last night, but I'd already done my predictions on Sunday before they even shot that angle. I'm sticking with it.
Yeah,
I am going with Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed for the win, and I think that Braun Breaker pins Roman Reigns, not Jey Uso, to win the match.
Chat can confirm, by the way, that he said both. He did call the fans fat asses.
Okay, but I was right too.
Yes.
Okay, so he both complimented the fans and insulted them.
Yes, he did.
Actually, you could argue that it's two insults. He called them dogs and fat asses.
Yes. Now, I agree with you. I agree with you, by the way. I said the same thing last night. I'm like, why stifle that momentum? I'm sure You know, the way WWE does their SmackDown go-home shows, I think it's going to be a fucking conglomeration of Raw and SmackDown stars. They're going to get everybody on the show and just fuck the draft, throw the rules out the window. We may see them tomorrow, or not tomorrow, on Friday. But I'm going with what you said, man. I think Roman Reigns needs to take the pin. You know, he's going away to film Street Fighter and do the Akuma role. A loss to him, he's immune to this shit. What the fuck does that mean to him? Braun Breaker's going to be on TV every week. He needs it more than Reigns does. Reigns will probably be back for, I don't know, Perth maybe. So who cares? Like, give him a loss. Give Braun Breaker the momentum and create your guy. Like, this is your guy. You're telling us this is the guy, so make him the guy. Why not?
Well, not only that, but like also if he pins him in the tag match, your things are set up perfectly for the eventual singles match, which is really what I want to see. I want to see a one-on-one match between Roman and Braun.
Yeah.
So if he pins him here, it just sets things up perfectly for the future. Now, if they don't want to do that and they want to give the baby faces a win, fine. But I would shoot some sort of angle post-match where he just beats the fuck out of him. Then he can go off and do his movie. But either way, when this is over, he should be standing dominant.
Yeah.
So, but you want to push somebody new, give them a win. Don't be afraid. Like, actually put them over.
And that's what they've done. They played it safe, and they always rest on their laurels, and they go with their tried and true, which in this case is Roman Reigns. But hopefully they think the opposite and really push the young kid and give him his star on Saturday night. But I'm going with the heels. I'm going with Braun and Bronson Reed over Jey Uso and Roman, and I think Braun does pin Roman. That's my prediction. Main event. Gunther defends against CM Punk, the World Heavyweight Championship on the line. I thought what these two have been given, they're trying their best to work within the median of 2 fucking weeks. They gave Punk a gauntlet match. The next week, Punk cuts a very lame promo. Gunther won the first promo battle. He got one over Punk, and then Punk last night cut a very good promo. It's not anywhere close to his best, but Punk really got animated on how he needs to win the World Championship. He needs it. And I thought it was a great segment, and he left Gunther without the last word on last night's show. I'm looking forward to this just based on both guys' body of work. Punk has not missed yet in WWE. I thought Gunther and his first title reign was a little kind of iffy. I'm not really even too crazy about this, but one thing is for certain here, no matter who Gunther's in the ring with, he is always going to deliver a great match. Gunther does not have bad matches, and I'm not expecting this to be any different.
Well, dude, he gave Bill Goldberg
I know
14 minutes.
I know.
14 minutes in his retirement match, and it didn't suck.
I know.
Okay,
Gunther's a beast. He's a fucking beast. Let's be real.
Yes.
But the thing is, Jason, here, I don't see Gunther losing clean. I don't see Punk walking out clean with the World Championship. I also don't see Punk losing clean here. I don't think Gunther gets a clean victory over CM Punk. I know we've talked about it for the last couple of weeks, and they've kind of made little hints known about Rollins. He's going to be out for a very long time, and Paul Heyman said that the briefcase isn't going anywhere after all the rumors after the injury with LA Knight on Saturday night's main event. Braun Breaker has said that, I think he insinuated last night that he may be the new leader and he's got a plan, and that played out last night. I don't know how that factors into anything, but I genuinely do think that everything that we've gotten up until this point is one big master plan. I think Rollins, whether you are correct in your assessment that there is a legit injury, but it's so minor that they're playing it off as a real big-time injury, or he's not injured at all, it doesn't really matter. He's off TV, and I think he returns. I think he cashes in. I think we get this made into a triple threat match just like he did the first time. And I think he pins CM Punk to win the World Heavyweight Championship and walk out of night one with a major cliffhanger. What the fuck did we just see? And they go into night two with that momentum. I think Rollins walks out the champion.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said on Sunday on my podcast. I talked about this match. This is a first-time ever match as far as televised. I know Punk and Gunther had a cage match late last year. It's the only time those two have shared the ring together one-on-one. So I think it'll end up being a very good match. Again, I've only watched the first episode so far of Unreal, but I did see the whiteboard with what the original plans were for WrestleMania, and they're getting the match they wanted to do. at WrestleMania. We're getting it at SummerSlam. This is where they always wanted to end up.
How much better was that WrestleMania card compared to what we got?
Well, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it was a mix, but there were more matches on that card that appealed to me than the one that we got.
Yes.
But that was originally the match that was penciled in for WrestleMania this year, was Punk against Gunther. And so then the Yeet Man, they decided to go in the direction of Jey Uso, and Jey Uso got a couple of months, and now we're back to where we were going to end up back in April. I don't see CM Punk leaving with that championship. I don't think that Seth Rollins is going to allow CM Punk to win that world title. I think that if you go back and look at the promos that he has cut, he has said that if it takes every last breath in his lungs, he will make sure that CM Punk never wins a world championship. And so if, in fact, he is not either as injured or not really injured at all, I think that they're keeping things very quiet. And I think that we are going to hear that music. And I think he is going to come out and cash in his Money in the Bank. And I think he'll do it during the match to make it a triple threat. He will not pin Gunther to do it. He will pin CM Punk. He will live up to his promise. And he will leave MetLife as the World Heavyweight Champion. And that is the big dramatic ending to night one, as he did at WrestleMania this year. Seth Rollins goes out a winner at the end of night one.
I like it. I am very excited to see, hopefully, that play out. And that is night one of SummerSlam. Night two of Extreme Rules. Sorry, SummerSlam. Because it certainly looks like an Extreme Rules show on night two. They really loaded this fucking show up with gimmick matches.
All stipulations.
Two. Yeah. They should have spread them out, but I'm not booking the show. Neither is Jason here. We'll start with this. Women's Championship. Intercontinental title. Becky Lynch coming in as champion against Lyra Valkyria. If Becky wins, Lyra can't challenge Becky as long as Becky is still the champion. And Lyra, this entire storyline has revolved around getting her star brighter. And I forgot to mention this is a no DQ match, by the way. Which is basically
no count out, no count out, no DQ. Basically, what our main event is.
Basically, yes,
the same thing.
Lyra, this entire storyline was to get her over to where the company wants her to be, and that is coming with the help of Becky Lynch. It's worked to an extent. There's been some speed bumps along the way, like last night's Lyra promo where she did the jig like Becky used to do in NXT when she came out, not knowing who she was. And
oh god, dude, did you see what she was wearing? I mean,
the shoes. She's a very attractive lady. Don't get me wrong, but the shoes were just ridiculous.
Hideous shoes that she was wearing. She called them her Becky Stompers.
Yeah.
Even Bronson Reed looked at that and said, "You know what? Those are yours. I don't want those.
Yeah.
You can have them.
No.
Like, I'll take Romans. You keep those." Yeah, her Becky Stompers is what she's got.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing. She was about to start dancing an Irish jig as she was in the ring.
No, and then she forgot where she what time frame she was in. She mentioned something 2 weeks from now she's going to be IC champion, but no, it's going to be a week from now.
I don't blame her. There's some of these shows even she forgot what SummerSlam is.
Yeah. So that was a little rough for her, but all things considering, Lyra has shown a little bit more character, a little bit more charisma. The matches with Becky have been very good, trending more towards great. The triple threat match at Evolution with Bayley was fucking fantastic. One of the best women's matches all year. Becky's played such a great heel. I think her run as IC champion has paid off brilliantly, and I think what we all discussed back earlier in the spring, Lyra's going to win. Lyra's going to walk out as IC champion, and Lyra's going to beat Becky Lynch finally and vanquish this heel Becky Lynch at SummerSlam. I think Lyra's going to win here.
To me, this is what this has been building to the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, it always should have been designed to build to Lyra Valkyria getting that win back and getting the championship back from Becky Lynch. I think that this program over the last several months has worked wonders for Lyra. Last night was not one of her best nights, but she's done a lot of good stuff. Her promos have improved infinitely from where they were 6 months ago, at least to the extent that maybe now she's just more comfortable and getting more mic time than she was 6 months ago. So I think it's done wonders for her. Every match that these two have had has been great, going back 2 years to their NXT match. They had 2 singles matches this year. I thought that the one at Money in the Bank was better even than the one at Backlash. The triple threat with Bayley was excellent, right? That was a great way to open that Evolution show. There's no reason to believe that this match is going to be any different. I think it's going to be a really good match, and the right move is to have Lyra win the championship. And as I said before, if Becky loses that title, I think Becky would be more useful right now on Friday nights on SmackDown. That division can really use a name like her. So I think that she ends up moving over from Monday to Friday.
I like that. And yes, Lyra's going to win. I think this match opens the show just because it's basically the same stipulation as Cody and Cena, but worded differently. So I would not have them anywhere close to another.
Well, yeah, and there's also another women's championship match on the show.
Yeah.
So this will space them out that way.
Yeah. So that's that. Lyra's going to walk out as the Intercontinental Champion. We just got a match added on Friday Night SmackDown this past Friday, which was the only noteworthy thing coming out of Friday night outside the Hogan tribute. Tag team title ladder match here. And this is paying homage. 25 years ago, it was SummerSlam, Hardys, Dudleys, Edge, and Christian, which we just got the Dudleys and Hardys announcing a match for Bound for Glory in October for TNA. Wyatt 6. This will be Dexter Lumis and Joe Gacy versus Andrade Ray Phoenix, DIY, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Fraxium, Axiom, and Nathan Frazier, Motor City Machine Guns, and the Street Profits in a 6-pack tables, ladders, and chairs match for the tag team title, Jason. We usually say that the ladder matches are chaotic with 6 guys in a Money in the Bank, or like we saw on the Friday after SmackDown with 3 teams. Now we're adding 3 more teams, total of 12 bodies in there. How do you think this is going to shape up, man? This sounds like a fucking disaster on paper, but it could result in an epic match that gets the crowd really going and really paying a nice homage to what the Dudleys, the Hardys, and Edge and Christian did 25 years ago, man. What do you make of this shit?
I mean, it could also result in some injuries, given
yes
all the hardware that's going to be. Normally these guys bring a lot of ladders into the ring. Now you got 6 teams, 12 guys. That's a lot of ladders. So it's hard to differentiate one ladder match from the next because it feels like we've seen everything. But I feel like, especially with Fraxium in there, like you got some guys in there who we might get some innovative stuff. Maybe there might be a couple of spots we've never seen before. Hopefully everybody is safe. I'm sure it's going to just be an absolute just
spot fest.
I don't know about disaster, but that sounds negative. But it's going to be a crazy match. I would love it. Look, to me, what we've been getting from the Wyatts has been boring. And me personally, I would love to see Fraxium or Andrade and Phoenix.
Agreed. Yeah.
Walk away with the titles. It still feels a little wrong to me for Phoenix to be winning the titles with anybody other than Penta. But if they won it, I think that would be great. I just don't see it happening. I mean, the Wyatts just got the belts. I think they're going to keep them. I think that when the smoke clears and everyone's doing all this insane shit, it's going to be the Wyatts who pull the belts down and retain the tag team titles.
Yeah, I think, like we said about Solo and Jacob Fatu going into Night of Champions. If Jacob Fatu won the championship there, it wouldn't be resulting in this rematch here at SummerSlam, and it would end the storyline. So I think beating the Wyatts here ends this turmoil in the tag team division on Friday night, and there's nothing else for them to do because it would all be over. I want to say Fraxium. I really do, but I'm going to go the Wyatts. I think they retain here, and I do think that they lose that title or those titles in a traditional sense in a regular standard tag team match. I'm just glad that these guys are getting a pay-per-view because they missed WrestleMania. That ladder match would have been fantastic at WrestleMania. They showed out a WrestleMania performance on SmackDown, and this has been a division that has come from absolutely nothing to having some of the best teams in the entire industry in its same division, and these guys have all worked their ass off. So I'm glad that they're actually getting a PLE match where they can actually showcase what they've done.
Yeah, and it's most of the teams that are on SmackDown. Pretty Deadly, I know one of the members is hurt.
Yeah.
That's why they're not around. They did announce that Los Garza will be wrestling an open challenge for their AAA tag team titles on Friday. So I'm wondering, do you think they would put the AAA titles on Phoenix and Andrade?
Well, what about Grande Americano and Vente Americano over there on Monday Night Raw?
Well, they're on Raw.
I know, but it's an open challenge.
It is. They're heels.
Oh, well,
Heel on heel?
I don't know, man. What's with this Americano lore, bro? What's going on with this Americano universe?
Well, the Americano universe is expanding. So I didn't realize at first who it was, the second one, when he came out.
Who
I
was
didn't
it?
get
You know who it is?
I do.
It's Pete Dunne, isn't it?
It's Pete Dunne. Yeah.
What a fucking
Once-
horrendous booking over there. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
These were all the guys that Triple H just doesn't know what to do with. You got Ludwig Kaiser, you got Pete Dunne. He's like, you know what? We'll put him in a fucking mask.
He goes,
and
from,
we'll just,
he goes from Butch to fucking Pete Dunne back to fucking Grande Americano again, man. What the fuck?
yeah, it's all the guys that Triple H just doesn't have room for and doesn't know what to do with. They'll just put a mask on him. We'll get a few more. Like we had all the doinks back in the day.
That's exactly what I said. It's like doink and dink all over again.
Yeah. We have... Well, which one's doink and which one's dink?
I think Pete Dunne is dink.
I guess, yeah, he probably is dink.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many of those we're going to get. I don't think it's them. But since I don't see Phoenix and Andrade winning the tag titles on Sunday, I'm just wondering if, I mean, nothing's stopping them from answering the open challenge on Friday. So maybe they win the AAA belts.
Maybe that'd be a great match. We'll see. But I'm going Wyatt's. Jason's going Wyatt's. It should be a spot fest, and I'm just glad that they're all on the show. Dominic versus AJ Styles. This is for the Intercontinental title. Dominic coming in as champion. I said last night, I think it's pretty straightforward. I have Dominic win here with the help of the Judgment Day. I think what I said last night, Jason, on my Raw review is that last time AJ was in Lyon, France, he wrestled Cody Rhodes, and it was fucking unbelievable. Crowd absolutely tore the house down with reaction to AJ Styles. If they're going to be in Paris again, and it's going to be anywhere close to that reaction, I'm saving the rematch for Paris. I'm having Dominic win here and AJ win the title at Clash in Paris. I'm going Dominic Mysterio here.
Yeah, I mean, Dom's not losing the title, especially he got pinned by AJ last night. Once I saw that, I mean, I already figured AJ was losing anyway, but once I saw that, I said, there ain't no fucking way he's winning that title on Sunday. And it's funny because Dom showed up at the AAA show on Friday, and he's going to be wrestling at Triple Mania for the AAA Mega title, which is the same title Kenny Omega held previously. So I don't know. I mean, he's got gold now. He may be adding more gold soon enough. I look at AJ. I think AJ Styles would be a really good first opponent for whoever walks out of that World Heavyweight Championship match, or if you believe Rollins might cash in. Any of those three. Could be Rollins, Punk, or Gunther. AJ would make a great opponent for the World Heavyweight title, I think. Like late summer, early fall, get a couple of matches out of it. So I'm kind of hoping that he goes in that direction and doesn't win the Intercontinental Championship. So that's just kind of how I feel, because I just think he would be a great challenger against any of those three guys for that bigger belt.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that same way about AJ. They want him in a little bit more of a main event role. But listen, even though I think a lot of people feel that same way, I got to give it to AJ, man. His comedic timing has been great. These little roles that he's been playing as a medic and a chauffeur and a janitor, I laugh at that type of stuff because I know it's just innocent stuff for this storyline with Dominic. It all fit the bill here. Dominic was, being a coward, and he had a doctor's note every week, and AJ was just kind of eyeing him down. I enjoyed the few weeks that we got with it, but he definitely deserves a little bit more. I think he's not going to be around forever, and I think we need to get him to a position where he can kind of go out on top in his last few years. So we'll see what happens there. I think I'm going Dominic. Jason's going Dominic for SummerSlam. We'll see how it plays out for AJ going into Clash in Paris. The match I'm looking forward to most on night 2 here is Naomi, Rhea Ripley, and Io Sky. I love Naomi. I think the work that she's done has been great. We all know Rhea and Io tear the house down every time they're in the ring, especially what we got at Evolution. I'm looking forward to this, Jason, but it's very difficult to see Naomi losing this match. I'm going Naomi to retain the championship. I think she's the one that battles Stephanie Vaquer in Paris. I don't want to make judgment on that yet because I think it's way too early. Just seeing how Naomi's body of work has just been great. I don't want to start booking her to lose the championship. So right now we'll just take one thing at a time. I'm going Naomi here to beat Rhea and Io.
Yeah, Rhea and Io, they work so well together. And Io is just one of the best wrestlers in the entire company anyway. So her and Rhea being back in the ring together is what I'm most looking forward to, especially after the match they had at Evolution. I mean, that match was fantastic. This is basically just they took the WrestleMania 41 match and they replaced Bianca with Naomi. And that match at WrestleMania was great. And Naomi has been on the best run that she's been on since coming back to WWE. The heel turn has, worked wonders for her. She's not just the glow girl anymore. So I think we're going to get an excellent match out of these three. I think it would be impossible for them to go in there and shit the bed. I think it's going to be great. Naomi, this is her first title defense. Like, she's not losing in her first title defense, right? That would be insane. So she's going to retain the championship. She'll go to Paris and she'll defend against Stephanie. I don't know where Rhea and Io go immediately coming out of SummerSlam. If the plan is to move on to Naomi and Stephanie, I don't know if they continue things with Rhea and Io. I don't know if there's some sort of breakdown between Io and Asuka, which I feel like could potentially be a direction. So we'll have to wait and see on that. But I don't see either one of them winning the championship here. This is Naomi's to lose.
I agree. Looking forward to it. Should be a great match. Naomi walks out as the champion and the main event. John Cena will
we missed one.
What did I miss?
Steel cage.
Oh, that's right. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't find this to be
look at this guy.
Uber
Steel cage match. First steel cage match on SummerSlam in 24 years, and he just glossed over it like it was nothing.
I apologize to Jacob Fatu and Solo Sikoa.
Jacob's going to be very upset with you now when he finds out about this.
United States title on the line. Solo Sikoa, Jacob Fatu. I'm going Jacob Fatu here. I think with what we saw at Night of Champions coming into this feud here, going into SummerSlam, the fact that they put these guys in a steel cage, which always keeps the outside sources outside and never inside. I'm going Jacob Fatu to win back the championship here, and I do think that we do get Damian Priest going on to challenge Jacob Fatu eventually in the fall for that title, because I know they teased that. Which, speaking of which, I wish they would have put Black and Priest on the card somewhere, but I guess we'll get that on Friday.
Well, I mean, I could see Jacob and Priest, but I could also see Jacob and Aleister Black as a direction as well.
Fine by me.
Yeah, either one. Either one is great. I got Jacob winning. I think we're going to see a mighty moonsault off the top of that cage.
Hopefully he survives and doesn't break a ligament. But
hopefully Solo survives. You want to be on the receiving end of that? I mean, come on now. So
no. Does Tala Tonga find himself in the cage somehow?
Well, Tala Tonga will attempt to get into the cage. I don't know if he'll be successful. Maybe the question is, does the great Tonga Loa make his way into the cage?
I would say yes.
Does he try to climb over the cage and he falls into the cage?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. I would say yes. He's going to be in the cage somehow, yeah.
All right. Well, I think Jacob is leaving with that title.
And now the main event. John Cena defends the WWE Championship in a street fight against Cody Rhodes. This will main event night 2. Street fight stipulation added because they want to make sure that it goes much, much, much better than what happened at WrestleMania, in one of the worst WrestleMania main events of all time, where John Cena won the championship from Cody Rhodes. The entire story here is John Cena took advantage of doing something that Cody could not bring himself to do, and that was hit John Cena with the WWE title with the referee down at WrestleMania. He did not hesitate during the contract signing, which he did hit John Cena with the championship, and I think we will see more of that get up and go Cody Rhodes here at SummerSlam. Street fight means anything goes. Who knows who we'll see? I know speculation is running wild that we'll see Travis Scott and The Rock and all these other people. Travis Scott apparently has a falling out with the company. He was actually not only cited as not being serious about wrestling and not committed, he was also pulled from the 2K25 DLC after falling out with the company. So we might not
in favor of who?
Grande Americano.
El Grande Americano replaces Travis Scott. Do you know what the great disgrace is of this whole thing? That for forever and ever, the John Cena heel turn at Elimination Chamber and John Cena, his historic win at WrestleMania when he won number 17, will forever have Travis Scott attached to them.
Yeah.
That is a disgrace.
It's like just hearing you say it sounds fucking awful. We had to watch it physically play out. Yeah, I'm going Cody to win the championship here. I think this is the moment. I don't think you need to do. And listen, I know one of Jason's listeners beautifully put out how you would do a double turn. I just don't see WWE doing that. Though in a fucked up reality, I'd love to see that because I'm always for the bad guy, and I'd love to see heel Cody Rhodes. It's just not the right time right now. I do think, Jason, we keep this as simple as possible. I think Cody wins the championship, and I think just by what Cody does, I think through some miracle, John Cena has seen the error of his ways, and we go off the air in a typical old-fashioned WWE way, sending the crowd home happy. Not only do we get Cody the champion, but we get John Cena back as he can now go on for the final 5 months of his last year as the John Cena that we all admire and love. I think that's the way it's going to play out. Keep it simple.
Yeah, and again, it's too bad because John Cena made a grand total of 1 appearance the entire month of July. That was it. That's all we were able to get out of him. Cody has had to go out there and cut promos on nobody. You know, you can't see him. So he's done what he could. He could only do so much. This entire build to this match, this entire run that we have seen from him, it just feels so lackluster. And I wanted to be excited about this because I, like a lot of people, were watching Elimination Chamber and saw the angle they did, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe that they're actually pulling the trigger on this. This is really cool. And then I'm sorry, to me, it turned out to be anything but. I hope that there's a better second half to this than the first half because Cena deserves a proper send-off. And hopefully he will get that send-off, but this whole period since WrestleMania, it just feels like such a waste. It just does. This heel turn was 13 years too late. And you had Cody Rhodes on TV on Friday night saying, I don't want the current John Cena. I want the real John Cena. I want John Cena to come out and talk to Stu the cameraman and wear the belt the right way and run to the ring and bring all the hustle and loyalty and respect. And I'm like, dude, like the real John Cena that you're talking about, basically has been dead and buried since he beat AJ at the Rumble to win number 16. That was the last great match that he had. You're not going to get that John Cena. That's why this is a street fight. You need something extra. You need some kind of smoke and mirrors here to try to get, hopefully, I mean, it's a low fucking bar, but to get a better match than the one we got at WrestleMania. So they'll be able to have access to all kinds of weapons and toys and plunder and all that stuff. It's just a shame because it feels like they've wasted a good chunk of the year. Maybe some people have really been enjoying the heel turn. It just feels so forced and just so underwhelming to me. I'm ready for it to be over. And so Cody Rhodes needs to win the championship back. He flinched at WrestleMania. So the story here is that he will not flinch again. He'll win the championship back. And then so begins the redemption arc for John Cena, where he begins to see the error of his ways. We've seen little glimpses of it. We saw it in the match with Punk, right? Wasn't there a point in that match where he could have used the belt and he threw it away?
Yeah.
So we've gotten little hints of it. Like the old John Cena is still in there somewhere. And I think when he loses here, and maybe we get another moment like that during the match, but when he loses
he also had a moment like that against Randy Orton, too, after the match was over. He had like a moment of clarity where he looked at the fans.
When they went off the air,
Yeah.
that look on his face.
Yeah.
So I think we'll get something like that here during the match. Cody wins, and then Cena begins to see the error of his ways. We don't need Travis Scott. We don't need The Rock, for crying out loud. I mean, people are fucking fantasy booking all kinds of shit with The Rock.
Oh, but Sullivan's wore the Rolex on SmackDown 2 weeks ago.
Oh, my God. The glasses. Look at the glasses he was wearing. Like, oh, my God. Have we not learned the lessons of earlier this year? Are people's memories really this short that they don't remember what happened only a few months ago? I just think the idea that he needs to be involved in this does a disservice to both of these guys. He's not needed. You could tell a great story, like you just kind of laid out. You could tell a great story just with these two. It's all in how you pull that finish off and what happens post-match. But you don't need all the other nonsense and all the other noise. Just focus on these two and tell that story.
Before we get to the super chats, I got one last question here in regards to Cody and Cena. Do we see, just like Naomi cashed in on the Rhea and Io match, do you see Seth Rollins cashing in on Cody and Cena and not on Punk and Gunther?
I don't.
Okay. I don't either.
I don't. It's certainly possible, but I just don't. I don't think so. I don't get
that would theoretically move Seth to SmackDown, and his feud is with Punk, and what happens there?
Yeah,
unless
I mean,
there's a draft, you move Punk to SmackDown.
Well, I mean, it's not just Punk. You have to move Punk and Braun and Bronson Reed and Paul Heyman. Yeah. So I don't get that sense.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. People were saying, well, maybe he cashes in on that match. No, I don't see that. That's a thought, but it makes more sense in the World Heavyweight title. But SummerSlam.
Well, look, I mean, let's say that happens, right?
Yeah.
Let's go back to the main event of night one. If there's no cash in, the way I see it going down, honestly, is Gunther puts him out with the sleeper hold.
Probably, yeah. It's pretty boring, but
it sounds, well, I mean, it's not the most exciting finish, but I don't think it would be the only match between the two of them. But
no.
If we don't get a cash in or some kind of finish like that, I still don't see Punk winning the title.
No, not yet anyway. But
yeah, not yet.
I'm sticking to what we talked about. I think Rollins cashes in on night one and he walks out beating Punk with the title. But that is SummerSlam. We will be live on Saturday and Sunday to cover it all for you guys on our respective channels. So make sure you guys tune in. It's going to be a very big weekend, and we are happy to share that with you as we were tonight with episode 105. We're going to get into these super chats, but before we get into the chats, I want to shout out. We got a couple of bombs in here during our Hulk Hogan discussion. We got Catch22 with a $100 super chat. Gentlemen, I watched both of your Hulk Hogan videos twice. Like many out there, I wanted to be Hulk Hogan when I was a kid. We shared the same first name, which, and YouTube just crashed as I'm reading this fucking super chat. It's fucking ridiculous. That's the third time tonight that they fixed the names. They got to fix that.
Got that snap message.
Yeah.
Snap.
We shared the same first name, which as a kid was awesome. Hard to believe he's gone. I wish Terry was a better person, but Hulk was the man. Cheers. Well, Catch22, thank you for supporting both of our views and both of our videos multiple times. We appreciate that and appreciate you being here. I mean, I don't really think after what we discussed and what we discussed here tonight that there really needs to be anything said. We'll remember Hulk Hogan for what he's done in our childhoods and the love that we felt towards everything he did as far as the sport goes. But look at him differently, and his legacy is tarnished with the stuff that he's done post-career. So we appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. And we have another one from Lonnie Barker with a $100 super chat. Hulk slammed Andre on my 15th birthday. Been on this ride since WrestleMania 1. We all grow and make mistakes. Saw that he gave his life and was baptized in December of 23. But none of us would be here today without him. He helped create this thing that we love. Yeah. Like we talked about it. Who knows where we would be, you know? What would you be doing if you didn't have the sound off, bro?
What would I be doing if I didn't have the sound off? I would be doing what I was doing before.
Working? A 9-to-5 job?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't know where I'd be.
You're running my own firm. You'd be working for me.
Probably. Lonnie Barker, thank you, brother. And Catch22, thank you guys very much. Please follow us on social media, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff down in the description. I don't push it enough, but we've sold quite a few. New shirt. Not really new, but the latest design. Tuesday Night Titans now available on bonfire.com. Go get yours today. It is still up there. It will be up there. Go get yours. Beautiful design. And bonfire.com link is down below in the description, as always. All right, let's run through these here. We got Hardcore Kevin with a 5. What's up, JD Solo? Thank you for the stream. And question of the day, have you guys ever been in a fight back in high school, and did you win? I can honestly say I've never been in a fight at all.
Wow. I was in a fight, but not in high school. I was in a fight in middle school.
Did you win?
It was a draw. It was a draw. So basically, I still remember it. We basically swung at each other at exactly the same time, and we both missed, and we both fell down. And the entire cafeteria, they loved it whenever two people would start fighting. Everybody would yell "fight," and then it was just pandemonium. So I remember laying on the ground, opening my eyes, and it was mass chaos. And then I got dragged away by the school safety and almost got suspended, but I was able to talk my way out of it. So
there you go. And now you may talk in your career. Look at that.
Look at that. I sweet talked my way right out of a suspension, and now I do it for a living.
Nate with a $5 super chat. I finished Unreal. It's like the Vince doc, mostly, but some interesting things. And I wanted to share my mom is now in remission and F cancer. Well, I'm happy to hear that, brother.
That's great news.
Excellent news. Thank you, man. I will watch Unreal on Thursday. I will give you my thoughts when I can. Also, Nate, dude, F YouTube heavily censoring that super chat. I had to reword it so bad, but they still try and make it make sense. I didn't say any bad words. Yeah, you can't curse in the super chats, bro. They always censor it, so YouTube is that way. By the way, they just changed the monetization thing. You can now curse within the first 7 seconds. You were not able to do that, otherwise you get a yellow monetization logo next to your video. You can now curse at the beginning of your videos.
Interesting.
Yeah. Just read
I was
that
doing that anyway. I never had any issues.
No, I mean, I that's why I have the intro, so I kind of give myself a 10-minute buffer, then I start doing my thing. But
I'm saying sometimes on the clips that I would clip from the show and post.
Yes.
Occasionally there was something in the first like five seconds, but I guess it wasn't too egregious. I never had any issues.
Yeah, well, they changed that today. So if you guys are creators, have at it, man. Curse away. Andy Suppers with the 20 months. Hi, guys. Just to say, go Google it. That should trend forever. Google it.
Isn't that your expression?
Yeah, go. Yeah, well, that's what happens when the sickos wanna say, you don't know, just go Google it. Oh, okay. I need Tony to tell me. I need Creative to tell me, but Google is apparently the way to go. Michelle with a 5. With Braun acting like a leader now, you think they will play up the tension between he and Seth when the latter gets back? Any chance Cody loses Sunday? No, Cody's not going to lose Sunday, no. That's certainly a way that they could go if Seth is coming back. Maybe they fast-track Braun and just kind of get him to where they want quicker than we all anticipated. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think it could be the start of something, but it's still too early for that.
Yeah.
And I think that if he is cashing in, it's all part of a grander plan, and maybe it just kind of feeds into it. They're trying to throw people for a loop, and it's all a ruse. So no, I think it's too early to be talking about that.
That is definitely the direction, Michelle, but it may be too soon. Cornell with a $4.99. Apologize to The Rock like Triple H made Tiffany apologize to Charlotte. Yes, I saw the clip. Apparently, the 0 for 3 line and her personal marriage debacle line on SmackDown was off script, supposedly. I don't know why. A 4-year, Tiffany Stratton is going off the script about a zinger on Charlotte Flair. Why would she do that? I don't know. I just feel like that was all staged for this fucking show. I don't know what to believe anymore. Honestly.
Well, I mean, the show, and again, I've only watched the first episode and a half, but the show is the show that they want you to see.
Yeah.
Anything they don't want you to see is not making the final cut. So just be aware of that as you watch this. I'm not saying that there isn't a lot of legitimate things that are on there, but they're seeing what they want you to see.
DJ 55 with a $9.99. JD and Solo. I purchased tickets for Survivor Series San Diego, surprising my 9-year-old son. Entrance ramp side against the barrier. His first PLE and mine since 01. I'll let you know later what we wear. Oh well, it should be a TNT shirt, bro. We got him in all sizes. But that's exciting, man. It should be a good show. I don't know what the War Games matches are going to be, but seeing that we got Seth and his boys and Roman now back on TV, it's pretty self-explanatory what we're going for. How much did those tickets cost, by the way? Survivor Series tickets, what are they going for? 1,000 plus? Easy?
Well, yeah. How many? It also depends how many tickets he's buying.
Fucking tickets are ridiculous, man. Boss Mo Jackson with the $1.99. DC movies or Marvel movies? Marvel.
Well, I mean, technically, The Dark Knight would be a DC movie, no?
Oh, is it? Yeah, then DC then. I wasn't even thinking that. I'm thinking more recent, but I'm not a big superhero movie like everybody else with these the Fantastic Four and all this other stuff. So, Batman will forever be the GOAT. Dark Knight. DJ with a 1 month. Imagine that setting with JD and Solo, grilling steaks and just talking wrestling.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah. Gotta add the whiskey, too.
Just remember, JD likes his steak well done with ketchup.
No, I do not. That is a complete...
Spread the word. Spread the word.
No. S. Morris with a 999. JD, you definitely have to do a pod on WWE Unreal. Charlotte said out of her mouth the company has positioned her always to be in championship matches, and Triple H and his creative isn't that good. My opinion. Well, I don't really need Charlotte to tell me, bro. We know this without Unreal. Like, what are we doing there, bro? I will watch it. I will definitely talk about it in some way. Sidro with a 5. I always take my problems to Tommy Hilfiger. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck, I fucked it up already. Bro, Jesus Christ. I always take my problems to Tommy. He'll figure it out. Okay.
No, you ruined it.
Yeah, I ruined it. Sorry.
You spoiled it.
It's a running gag on the show now. I ruined one joke at least. Do you know Spider-Man has a jacket made out of Mediterranean flatbread? It's a pita parka. Oh man. All right. Two good ones there, Sidro, unless you disqualify the one that I fucked up there. Ali with a 5. JD, if you were able to craft an alcohol drink named off Rhea Ripley, what ingredients would compromise that concoction? I don't know. It's got to be whiskey. But I'm sure she loves her heavy metals. It's got to be whiskey. Something smoked, maybe. Maybe something coffee related. Maybe with some Mr. Black coffee liqueur. I don't know. I'll have to think that one up, bro. I'll get back to you.
Only 25 away, by the way, from 1,000.
Yes, 25 away. There you go. Let's hit that thumbs up, guys. Thank you, Ali. Sidro with a 2. My wife won't karaoke with me. I have to do it alone. Duet alone.
Oh. I thought that was going in a totally different direction. I thought you were going to say that they have like a kid named Okie.
Okie? No.
Well, karaoke with
yes.
My punchline was just very different.
Duet alone.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michelle with a 2. I feel like Punk is losing Saturday, even without Seth.
So do I.
If Seth is not there, yes, Gunther's retaining. Sidro with a 5. What do Hooker and Golfer have in common? Better they are, the fewer strokes needed to finish. Okay. What kind of joke optometrists like? The cornea, the better.
Okay.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Who's that from?
Sidro.
Sidro? Okay.
All right, bro. Hopefully a couple more, man, before you go to Vegas tomorrow or Thursday. Bossmo Jackson with a 499. Paul H. enters, introduces himself, and together everyone says Paul Heyman like we know his name, but it's still fun to say it. The guy is a promo genius. TNT for life. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been a thing for a few years now. Captain, I didn't understand his promo, by the way, yesterday. I thought that was went on way too long, and I feel like it accomplished nothing. Captain Solo.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, it's talking Heyman's promo.
Yeah.
You know what I realized? And I made this comment in my review. Did you notice Jey Uso looked like he was completely winded?
I said the same thing. He didn't even do anything.
No. He was like hunched over. He was like struggling for breath. I'm like, what's going on with this guy?
I don't know, man. I don't know what was wrong with him.
I don't know, man. His nerves, maybe? I don't know.
Captain Solo with a $20 super chat. Hogan's death was the most devastating to me since my idols Randy Savage and Roddy Piper passed away. Terry Bollea wasn't a perfect human being, and he had his faults, but nobody's perfect. Hulk, rest in peace, brother. Everybody's going to feel the way that they feel about Hulk Hogan, man. You know, he's gone, and his legacy, We talked about it. Hopefully you guys got the gist of where we were coming from, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Did you see the video on social media when he accepted Roman's invitation to be his tag team partner?
I did not. Did he delete it? Because I went to his Twitter account. I couldn't find it.
It was on his Instagram.
I didn't see it, no.
And I think he posted it like in the middle of the night. He's sitting in what looks like his hotel room, and dude, he's gone. Like he's on another fucking planet in this video.
I don't know, man. He likes to indulge, you know. What could I say?
Well, maybe he was having some libations with Cody on the bus.
Maybe. Thank you, Solo. I appreciate you, brother. The Lore Maestro with a $9.99. Hey, guys, just wanted to show you guys some love after a tough week. JD, I did say I would see you on Tuesday. Here I am. Hopefully no more lost. Chris. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you, brother. Hopefully you are well. Ryan Awesome with a $4.99. Hey, JD Solo, I know you two are Walking Dead fans, but were you fans of Fear? I did not watch one episode of Fear the Walking Dead, bro.
Oh, yeah, I did. I watched the first few seasons, and I never picked up. I just stopped, and I never picked up with the rest of it.
Yeah, I still gotta watch. I still gotta watch Daryl's side quest. I haven't even watched the first full season. I know he's back with Carol now. So
for a second, he was talking about the movie Fear, which is actually pretty good. You ever see that movie?
No.
I think it came out in '96. It had Mark Wahlberg.
No, I haven't seen it.
You ever saw this movie?
No.
Dude, he's really, really creepy in this movie.
I like Mark
He's
Wahlberg
like
too.
he's like a he's a psychotic. He's like an obsessed boyfriend. But dude, like he's scary in this movie. Yeah.
I like him too. I think he's good.
This is '96, so this is going back to like the Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch days. Like you should, if you've never seen the movie, it's worth watching at least once.
Yeah, it reminds me of that movie, and I didn't. It kind of made me think different about Kevin Bacon, but Hollow Man, that was a great movie.
Yeah.
He was fucking psychotic.
He
in that movie.
becomes invisible, right?
Yeah. Ryan, awesome. Thank you, brother. I'll leave with it too. WCW was my favorite because of Hulk Hogan. Boss Mo Jackson with the $1.99. You guys, Walking Dead spinoff fans? If so, which ones? Rick and Michonne's was great. I'm sad it was only 6 episodes.
I've only seen the first episode of the Negan and Maggie one, so I can't really comment on them. But I'll have to pick up with them at some point.
Yeah, I stopped after episode 3. It just wasn't for me. But Rick's and Michonne's season was excellent.
Are they doing more, or is it just 6 episodes?
That was it. I didn't hear anything about that. Hopefully, there's more universe for him. But I know
they were going to do movies. I thought, and then
me too. I haven't heard a fucking word. I know Negan's and Maggie's is getting another season, as is Daryl's. So we'll see about that. Matt Fisher with a 20. All right, I'll say it. American Made is better than Real American.
I like American Made. It's a good song, but I can't put it over Real American.
No. You said it was the greatest theme song in pro wrestling history. I agree with you.
Yeah. I love it. I actually found on YouTube somebody posted a bass boosted version of it. It sounds even better.
Nice. Boss Mo Jackson with the $1.99. What is Sub-Zero's favorite cereal? Frosted Flakes.
Of course.
Boss Mo Jackson, worst wrestling move ever. A wrestler you don't like. Worst wrestling move ever?
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was the punchline. I was like, that didn't make any sense. You said worst wrestling move ever, a wrestler you don't like. I go, what? That doesn't make any sense.
It's two separate questions.
Okay. Worst wrestling move ever, Stinkface.
Okay. I would being that you said this, I'll go the fucking Worm.
Okay.
A wrestler I don't like. Well, there are many. We're talking about all time or just now, current day.
He didn't specify.
I don't know. It used to be Charlotte. Who don't I like now? I don't know. It takes a lot. I mean, probably Jade Cargill. Probably. I just don't feel anything when she's on TV.
Rosa Mendez.
Okay. You want the all-time route. Okay. Captain Solo with a $5 super chat. So, guys, who do you put on your wrestling Mount Rushmore? Oh, God. Hogan's on there. For sure. On mine. Hogan, Cena, Austin, and I'll probably go Undertaker.
Hogan, Savage, Brett, Austin.
There you go. Dark one with 1 month. Did you hear about the gay Australian? He was stuck in Sydney. Did you see the outrage over Sydney Sweeney and this Jean ad that she's doing?
No.
Everybody's like trying to cancel Sydney Sweeney now, thinking that it's offensive for her modeling for this. I don't know who, American Eagle.
But what is the issue with the
It's
ad?
too revealing. She's a blonde and all this. I'm like, why would anybody be complaining?
Oh,
about
heavens. Oh, my God. Pitchforks. Let's come at her with pitchforks.
Yeah, really.
Now I want to go see the ad now.
It's not difficult to find on Twitter. It's all over the place. Baltimore Jackson with a 199. Your favorite Hollywood Hogan moment, JD and Solo, the heel turn. The day he became Hollywood Hogan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would... technically, he wasn't Hollywood Hogan yet, but it would be the turn. And if not that... Well, there's two moments I think of. One is when he put Goldberg over on Nitro, because that match it was just a great moment. There was an entrance, though, when he was doing the thing with Dennis Rodman. There was an episode of Nitro. I want to say they were in Detroit. And it's this classic entrance where the NWO limo, maybe two of them, arrives outside. And they follow the NWO guys as they come into the arena. And Voodoo Child is already playing in the background. And Hogan and Rodman, they walk out there. Dude, it's like the coolest entrance. It was just like dripping with just fucking coolness as they all, that to me is like peak NWO, and they all walk out there. It was just such a great way to kick off the show.
Yes, I don't recall what that was, but I agree with you. He was like the essence of cool. The whole beginning era was for sure. Hook in the chat, or Honk Honk in the chat says Sydney Sweeney has good genes. Yes, that's the tagline for it. Yes, she's got more than good genes. I'll tell you that. I'm not talking about the fucking the pants she's wearing. Baltimore Jackson, thank you, bro. Lenny with a 499. I'm at a point where I think Punk only went to AEW to get back at Vince after he ghosted him on the Contact. And once Vince left, he was clear to go. CM Punk only went to AEW to get back at Vince? Well, yeah, I mean, it's not that far-fetched to think, you know?
Well, he's I forgot what the interview was he did recently where he admitted that he had a conversation with them in 2018 about coming back. And they seemed to be in agreement on certain things, and then Vince ghosted him and never got back to him.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, which I was not aware of that previously.
I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, so, and I think it was the year after that, maybe, that he did the Fox Sports talk show thing for a while, and then eventually ended up in AEW a few years later.
Base Beerus, $2 super chat. Buy or sell, Kevin Owens or the Ultimate Warrior?
In terms of
two polar opposites there. What
in
the fuck?
terms of
what are we
like,
basing it off of?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, who wins if they wrestle? I mean, Ultimate Warrior doing a job for Kevin Owens.
Who made more money out of that two? The Warrior, I'm assuming, right?
The Warrior.
So
yes,
if it's based off money, we're going to buy on Warrior and sell on Kevin Owens.
I mean, look, if you would ask me, like, from when I grew up as a wrestling fan, like if you asked me who kind of looked and felt like an actual pro wrestler, like in the image of what a pro wrestler was when I grew up as a fan, obviously it's the Warrior. Kevin Owens could work circles around the Warrior, and in terms of almost every facet outside of just the ridiculous physique and the colorful outfits and everything, in terms of just like in-ring ability and promos and stuff, Owens wins, all those categories. But it's hard to answer that question without knowing what we're basing it off of in terms of business, in terms of just personal preference, promos. I don't know.
That was a good one, Based. I appreciate that. Xeno Zero with a 10. Solo, from what you personally know of JD, if he was a Marvel or DC villain, would he be a city-level crook or an Avengers/JL level threat? And who wins in an argument, JD or J. Jonah Jameson?
A city-level crook. And I'll go JD.
Okay. That's all I'm worth. A city-level crook, huh?
You're like a henchman.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
William Bellin with a 5. Hey, JD Solomon, another great episode of TNT. As always, Rock and Wrestling cartoon series is on Daily Motion. Thank you, brother. I will definitely be looking for that.
There you go.
Catch 22, thank you, man, for the 100 earlier. Appreciate you being here. Hollywood Guy with a 5. JD or Solo, do you have a favorite Hogan match or rivalry besides the Macho Man rivalry?
In terms of Hogan match, I mean, Rock Hogan,
Yeah.
WrestleMania 18.
Yeah.
Hogan and Warrior, WrestleMania 6.
Same answers as Jason there, for sure. Same, I would say The Rock Hogan is probably my favorite Hogan match of all time, just based on just the entire ambiance and the environment. And then the Warrior match to me is just as a child the greatest moment as a kid. But I don't really look at Hogan as far as match quality. It's just what the moments he created, and nothing like it. Hollywood Guy with a 5. JD or Solo? Thank you, brother. I don't want to read that. Sam, $5 super chat. Solo, which version of the Winged Eagle belt is behind you?
Which version of the Winged Eagle belt? I mean, there's the Winged Eagle and the Big Eagle. The Big Eagle is obviously from the Attitude Era. That Winged Eagle is just the standard version from 88 to 98 on black leather. I have one on white leather that's actually much bigger than that. This fucking thing is 12 pounds, dude. Like, it's heavy.
I like the newer Winged Eagle belt, the one that's next to the classic one. I don't like it more than the classic, but I thought that was a good design too.
No, I mean it's a nice belt. That was the first one I ever got when they first started making these replicas. So that one's from 2001. So it has the WWF because it was the year before they became WWE.
Ah, okay.
So that's that's that one. I had that one re-leathered. And so yeah, the one next to it is basically the standard Winged Eagle, but the crown jewel is the Winged Eagle Classic on white leather. That has WWF plates on it, and it's just a beauty.
Nice.
I love it.
I got to get into collecting belts. I haven't done that. Maybe one year. Base Beers with a 2. Vince's limo exploded. It did.
Mm-hmm.
It did. Mr. Premium with a $4.99. I mentioned to JD a few streams back that I got to meet Hulk Hogan briefly. He made me feel like I was talking to Terry, not Hulk. He'll be missed. Base Beers with a 2. The Summerfest is upon us. Yes. Good old classic Summerfest coming up this weekend. Lonnie, thank you for the 100, brother.
You mentioned this. Then during his promo last night, did you pick up CM Punk calling it the SummerSlam?
I did not know.
Oh, I noticed it right away. I said, I love how he slipped that in there.
A lot of people were picking apart the fucking 10-bell salute and CM Punk the way he was standing. Like, you guys are just looking for any form of engagement, huh? Base Beers with a 2. Cardi B or Snooki? Buy or sell? I am buying on Snooki and selling on Cardi B.
Can I sell on both?
No,
I'm gonna do that.
No, I had to buy one. You got to buy one.
I don't have to buy anything I don't want to buy.
All right.
You don't get to tell me what I buy and don't buy. I'll tell you what. I'll buy on Snooki. I'll sell on Cardi B, and then I'll sell Snooki, back and get a refund.
Okay, that works. Don Fanucci with 36 months. Rest in peace to the Hulkster. Undoubtedly one of the greatest to lace up the boots and entertain us for decades. He's one of the reasons I became a fan. TNT for life. Thank you, Don. Base Beers with a 2. I always thought Bianca had pretty hands. Shame. That sucks about her fingers, though, bro. I didn't know it was that bad. The fuck did she do? Where did she break the fingers in that match?
There's a point in the match where I want to say Io maybe comes off the top, and I guess that's where they got bent and they got broken. It was like middle of the match, so she wrestled the rest of the match with like 3 broken fingers.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Cornell with a $9.99. What it be tasteless? I guess you mean would it be tasteless if they allow Becky Lynch to continue the Becky Hogan shtick? Too soon? I think it would be fucking awesome. Solo, pick one, Superman or F4. Becky Hogan. I mean, it was only. I don't think they do Becky Hogan. Have her come out yellow. Yeah.
It's not like a regular thing they were doing.
No.
She mentioned it once, maybe. I'll go F4.
Cody with a 5. Solomon X JD last night. Your turn. Favorite SummerSlam match? Again, mine is a tie between Shawn Michaels, Triple H 2002, Punk Brock in 2013.
Brett Owen cage match, SummerSlam 1994.
There you go. Base Beers with a 149 and a 149. It leaves us a banana emoji and a popcorn emoji. I don't know what he's trying to tell us. Maybe he's having a banana smoothie with his buttered popcorn tonight watching TNT. I don't know.
Could be.
Major with a 499. You think the internet was vile when Hogan died? They are going to go nuclear when Vince passes. We'll be right back here doing the same thing, bro. We're talking about Vince's fucking legacy and all the terrible shit that he did, but again, I mean, he gave us WWF, so what are we going to do? It's going to happen all over again. Major with a 499. Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Ali, Hulk Hogan. He was on the 4 most recognizable people in all of humanity, regardless of age or race. Undeniable. Yeah, he's definitely in that league.
In all of humanity?
That's what it said, yeah.
I don't know about that, but I mean,
Did he have a very distinguished look? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Base Beers with the $2 super chat. Heyman buried Braun Strowman, then links up with 2 bronze. He did. I would take those 2 bronze over Braun Strowman and anything he did, though. Edward Liu with a $9.99. When Bayley turns heel, it'll be a sad day unless her Def Rebel theme gets more Def Rebeled. But maybe her theme gets recycled. When Britt Baker joins WWE, wasn't she known in AEW as ... She was a role model, wasn't she?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. Yeah.
Hey, they could just give her a role model when she comes into the company, sure. Johnny Bishop with a 5. Maybe
dude, they have to give her Isaac Yankov's old theme song. It's just a dental drill as she comes down to the ring.
Can you imagine? That's exactly what they're going to do. Oh, my God.
From Decatur, Illinois.
That music was so fucking awful, bro. Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, they did that for all the gimmicks back then. Like, fucking TL Hopper came out to a toilet flush. And, Duke Droese was a garbage truck.
Yeah, Diesel had the fucking Mack truck, the horn. Right. Edward, thank you, bro. Johnny Bishop.
Do you remember IRS came out? He had no music, but in one of the video games, it was a typewriter.
Yes, I do. That was awesome.
Yes.
Johnny Bishop with a $5 super chat. Maybe Rollins' music plays. Braun comes out to distract Punk. Punk loses. Then Seth actually cashes in on Cody on night 2. Nah. Sticking with the original plan. Base Beers with a $2 super chat. Imagine if mass transit incident happened in 2025. I don't want to know.
Yeah, there would be some people no longer working for the company. Probably people going to jail too.
Duff's Vids with a $4.99. Today I saw a midget climbing down a prison wall. I thought that's a little condescending. Base Beers with the $2 super chat. Who was the stronger road warrior, Animal or Hawk? In what way? We're talking about strength? I'm going to go Animal.
Yeah, I would go Animal too.
Dove's
Animal, yeah. You want to know, like, in terms of like moves, people talk about like who had the best DDT and who had the best this. I always thought that Power Slam that Animal used to do always looked great. Like the guy would be coming off the ropes and the way he would just kind of scoop him up and power slam him, it always looked good.
Yeah. Duff's Viz with a $4.99. Mexican and African jokes are all the same. Once you've heard Juan, you've heard Jamal.
Who is this?
That's Duff's.
Duff's Vince. Trying too hard, Duff's.
Base Beers with the $2 super chat. Who wins in a shoot, Braun Breaker or Gunther? I'm going Braun Breaker.
Yeah, Braun Breaker.
Matthew Minyard with a $1.99. Are we sure Punk's main eventing wasn't set on Monday? Yes, he's main eventing. There's nothing else on that show on night one that's main eventing.
Well, Roman. People think that the Roman tag match might main event.
No, I said they opened the show on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, to do that over the World Heavyweight Championship would just be ridiculous.
Yeah. Bradley Xavier with a $5 super chat. After Cody wins and hugs Cena, Orton should turn heel at the end of the show by punting Cody in the skull. He's not going to like them embracing. I don't know. After him and the feel-good jelly roll on night one, I don't know, bro. Maybe.
Well, if he and Jelly Roll lose, it might just be what puts him over the edge. It might just be too much for Randy.
We'll see. Triple M with a 2. 4 pieces of tier 5 armor so far, almost at 400 power. Bro, I'm not even at 275 yet. I don't know what you're doing, and I'm not. It's crazy. Brian Owens with the 29 months. July, we saw Goldberg retirement match and Hogan's death. Has anyone checked in on Brett to get his opinion on how July has gone? Brian, it's too early, bro. Let's give it a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Brett's been quiet.
Yeah. Dobbs with the 499. What's a reverse exorcism? When the demon tells the priest to get out of the child. Also, Duffs, what do you call children born in a brothel? Brothel sprouts. Oh, look, our buddy, 199, Gabe Owners is here.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, bro? Happy Titan Tuesday. Favorite Hogan quote? What's your favorite Hogan quote?
So many. Oh, he's talking more, I think, stories than quotes. The one about how he once worked 400 days in a year is a classic, of course. All the travel to Japan and back, he wrestled 400 days in one single year.
It's got to be that. That Wembley one is hilarious, bro. I swear to God, that Wembley one is hilarious.
Yeah, the Wembley one is just ridiculous. I mean...
Oh, man.
Well, somebody mentioned the American Made song that he used in WCW. That was on an album called... he had an album. I forgot the name of the album, but he had a band called the Wrestling Boot Band. And this was in like 95. And I think the song was on there. There were a bunch of songs, including one called Hulkster in Heaven. And so the song is supposedly dedicated to the boy he's referring to in that Wembley story, which would have been years earlier. But he also claims like the album was number 1 on the charts for like 6 weeks, and Simon Cowell was involved. Like, none of this is true. Like, none of it is true.
Oh, my God.
Total lie, so...
And we'll end with this one. Cornell Bryant with a 199. Def Rebel uses artificial intelligence. Yes, they do. And they're fucking awful at it. Thank you guys very much for a great episode 105 here on TNT. As always, I'll let our friend here, Jason, sound us off for another Tuesday. What do you got, man?
Well, all I got is this. If you're going to steal someone's sneakers, just make sure they're nice, like the ones that Bronson Reed stole off of Roman Reigns' feet last night on Raw.
There you go. Does he get them back on SummerSlam Saturday? We'll find out. Thank you guys very much for all your support. If you did enjoy today's video and podcast, 1,000 likes has been reached. Hit that thumbs up. Thank you for the super chat, love. Leave a comment down below. Let us know what you thought of tonight's show, SummerSlam, how you feeling, what your favorite Hulk Hogan moment or memory was. Sound off in the comment section below. And again, follow us on social media, YouTube, all that stuff down in the description. We'll be live this weekend for SummerSlam, the first ever 2-night SummerSlam on our respective channels. So thank you very much for the support, guys. It's going to be a great weekend. And until next week, where we break it all down for you, we'll be back next Tuesday with episode 106 on Tuesday Night Titans. I'll see you guys later.